Tonight, we're uncovering why shiny Pokémon exist and what they hide. There is plenty to unpack tonight, but I'll keep the narration slow and steady so you can still ease into sleep. Thank you to those of you who've been joining us consistently. If you're falling asleep with us tonight, let me know in the comments how many nights in a row you've been here. And if this is your first night, just comment night 1. Now back to the video. In 1999, Pokémon Gold and Silver introduced a small visual surprise that would grow into one of the most enduring mysteries in the entire series. Somewhere in the tall grass, inside a cave, or beneath the surface of the water, a familiar Pokémon might appear in colors it was never supposed to have. The creature would enter the battle with a brief flash of light and a delicate burst of sound. Its colors would be different, sometimes only slightly, and sometimes so dramatically that it looked like an entirely separate species. Yet beneath that unusual palette, it was still the same Pokémon. It had no special power granted by its color, no hidden advantage in battle, and no natural ability to change from ordinary to extraordinary. It was simply rare. The first major encounter with this idea was the Red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage. Unlike most shiny Pokémon, which appeared through chance, this one was placed directly into the story. Players could see it waiting across the water, its red body standing out against the quiet blue lake. For many people, it was the first time a Pokémon game suggested that rarity itself could become part of a story. The Red Gyarados was not just a strange colored monster, it was a moment of recognition. After meeting it, players began to wonder whether other Pokémon might be hiding unusual colors somewhere in the world. Perhaps the creature beside them in the party had an alternate form waiting to be discovered. Perhaps every patch of grass contained a secret that could reveal itself at any time. The games did not originally call these creatures shiny Pokémon. That name came from the players. It was inspired by the sparkle animation that appeared when one was sent into battle, and by the feeling that the Pokémon itself seemed to shine with importance. Fan communities adopted the term, repeated it, and gradually transformed an informal description into the name almost everyone recognized. Behind that simple discovery was a hidden layer of game data. In the earliest games, shininess was connected to values assigned to each Pokémon, including information related to its trainer and individual characteristics. The game compared those values and, in an extremely small number of cases, produced the alternate color palette. The chance in that early era was 1 in 8,192. That number was large enough to make a shiny encounter feel almost impossible, yet not so large that it could never happen. A player might search for years without seeing one, while another might stumble into one while barely paying attention. This uneven mixture of hope and uncertainty became part of the experience. Shiny hunting was never only about finding a different color. It was about waiting for probability to break its silence. Over time, the mystery became a form of collecting. Players traded stories about the shinies they had found, preserved them across different games, and gave special meaning to creatures that would otherwise have been ordinary. A golden Magikarp, a pale Ghastly, or a blue Ponyta became a kind of personal artifact, carrying the memory of the exact moment when the game revealed something unexpected. The rarity was later softened. Beginning with Pokémon X and Y in 2013, the basic odds improved to 1 in 4,096. Other methods, including special breeding techniques and chain-based encounters, could make the search more approachable. Yet even with those changes, a shiny Pokémon remained unusual enough to create a quiet shock when it appeared. What shiny Pokémon hide is not a secret power. They hide the history of a game mechanic that grew far beyond its original purpose. They hide the invisible numbers behind a colorful screen, the chance calculations taking place beneath every encounter, and the remarkable way players can turn a cosmetic difference into a treasured event. Their mystery lives in that contrast. Nothing about a shiny Pokémon makes it stronger by default. Nothing in its color guarantees a deeper story. And yet, when the sparkle begins, the ordinary rules of the journey seem to pause for a moment. A normal Pokémon is expected. a shiny Pokémon is remembered. There is a single moment that every Pokémon player remembers, even if they do not always understand why. A patch of grass shakes. The music shifts. A familiar creature appears on the screen, and then, for just a flash, the ordinary rules of color collapse. It might be a Pikachu the color of pale straw, a Growlithe wearing a coat of soft gold instead of flame, a Gyarados that is crimson where it should be blue. The sparkle arrives with a chime like a tiny bell, and in that instant, the encounter stops being routine. Something about that flash feels impossible, because by any ordinary logic, it is. The creature is the same species the player has seen hundreds of times, with the same cries, the same moves, the same quiet limitations. The only difference is color, and yet, that difference changes everything. The player's heart rate climbs, their hands tighten on the console. They throw a Pokeball with a care they rarely waste on any other wild encounter, and they hold their breath until the capture is complete. This is the moment we are circling tonight. The sparkle in the grass, the instant where probability ripples across the surface of a game world that usually feels entirely predictable. And it invites a question that has traveled with the phenomenon from the very beginning. Why does a cosmetic variant feel like a once-in-a-lifetime discovery? Why does a difference in hue create a difference in meaning? The answer is not written anywhere inside the Pokémon world. It is not contained in any Pokédex entry. No professor in any laboratory explains it. And that silence is the first clue. What Shinies really hide is not a secret piece of creature lore. What they hide is the history of games, the shape of probability, and the peculiar machinery of human obsession. To see that hidden history, we have to look beneath the sparkle. We have to look at the silent mathematics running underneath every single encounter. When Gold and Silver arrived in 1999, carrying alternate colors into the series for the first time, there was no announcement attached to the idea. No tutorial explained the possibility. No character in the game ever mentioned it. The feature simply existed, folded into the code, waiting to be noticed. In that early generation, every Pokémon carried a set of internal values that determined its individual identity. The same numbers shaped its stats, its gender, even its temperament. Shininess was not a separate flag. It was not a switch the developers flipped. It was an accident of arithmetic. The game compared those hidden values to the player's own trainer data, and when every number lined up in an extremely specific combination, the Pokémon received a different palette. The odds were 1 in 8,192. That meant that in any given patch of grass, the game was silently running those calculations again and again, for every single encounter, and almost always arriving at the same answer: ordinary, 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 and then, rarely, impossibly, something else. There is a curious detail tucked inside that early system, because shininess was tied to the same underlying values that governed other traits. It sometimes became entangled with them. In certain species, the combination of numbers that produced an alternate color could also influence whether the creature was male or female. Some shiny families appeared with strange asymmetries, one sex surfacing more often than the other, depending entirely on the mathematics underneath. These were not designed systems. They were consequences of a small, clever piece of code interacting with other small, clever pieces of code. The developers did not build a polished feature called Shiny Pokémon. They built a data structure, and from that structure, a phenomenon bloomed like an unexpected flower, completely unannounced and completely uncontained. For years, the games themselves remained silent about what they had created. A player who found a differently colored creature had no official name for it, no menu label, no guidebook category that matched exactly what they had seen. Some early materials reached for descriptive phrases, calling them color Pokémon, a clumsy label that never captured what the encounter actually felt like. Meanwhile, the players were building their own vocabulary. In internet forums, in chat rooms, on the earliest Pokémon fan sites, People described the sparkle animation that accompanied the arrival of these rare creatures. They began to call them shiny. It was not a technical term, it was a feeling, translated into a single word. And that fan-made word spread with remarkable speed, passing from community to community, until it became impossible to imagine calling them anything else. The company that had shipped the mechanic in silence slowly absorbed the language of its own audience. The term appeared in official materials, it took root in guidebooks, and eventually it became the standard way to describe the very thing the games had never formally explained. That journey, from obscure mechanic to franchise-wide institution, took more than a decade to complete, and along the way, the meaning of a shiny Pokémon changed. In the beginning, it was a secret known only to the players who stumbled into it. Then it was a rumor, passed between friends with the breathless energy of a ghost story. Then it was a status symbol, a creature displayed in trades and battles as proof of patience, luck, or both. Players began to seek them out deliberately, inventing methods to raise their chances, trading them like currency, preserving them across generations. The games responded to that obsession. Special techniques appeared that made the search more deliberate, methods built around the careful work of raising new Pokémon from eggs, nudging the odds in the player's favor through procedures that required patience and repetition. The searches never became easy, but they became intentional, and that changed everything. A shiny Pokémon was no longer only a surprise, it was a goal. Through all of those changes, one thing remained constant. The games never explained why these creatures exist. They still do not really. There is no legendary Pokémon described as the origin of alternate colors. There is no ancient myth, no celestial event that accounts for a golden Magikarp. The phenomenon simply exists, unexplained by the fiction and completely defined by the system beneath it. And maybe that is why the sparkle still works. The absence of explanation leaves room for the player's own imagination, and rarity gives the moment a weight that no written law could supply. A shiny Pokémon is not a message from the game's writers. It is a prize from its machinery, a moment when the numbers align to produce something the player was never promised. Every shiny Pokémon is a small, personal encounter with the game's hidden architecture. The flash of light is only the surface. Beneath it, there is nothing mystical at all. There is only the quiet, patient work of probability, and a human mind that has learned to find meaning in the 1 in 8,000 moment. That same machinery, once released into the world, could not be contained. Players folded it into their rituals. They developed their own rules, their own superstitions, their own pilgrimages. Some spent weeks in a single patch of grass. Others bred hundreds of eggs, hoping to catch the same spark in a nursery. The hunt became a practice with its own discipline and its own language, and every new generation of games gave the hunters new tools, new numbers, new ways to refine the search. The flash comes first, a burst of light that doesn't belong, a shimmer that wraps around the Pokémon before it even settles into frame. In that split second, something in the back of your mind registers that this is not a normal encounter, and it isn't. But the surprise you feel, the sudden alertness, the way the moment seems to slow down, all of that comes from a detail that is, on its surface, incredibly simple. A shiny Pokémon is an alternate color version of an ordinary species. That's what it is. The same creature you've seen 100 times before, wearing a different set of colors. A Pidgey that should be brown, appearing golden. A Gyarados that should be blue, appearing red. The design is identical. The behavior is identical. The cry is identical. Only the palette has changed. And yet, if that's all it is, a color swap, then why does it feel like something else entirely? Why does a different shade of red or blue make a player's heart beat faster? The answer has nothing to do with power, and everything to do with rarity. Because here's what shininess is not. It is not a secret buff. It is not a hidden evolution. It is not an indicator of superior stats, abilities, moves, or battle power. A shiny Magikarp will not grow into a stronger Gyarados than its ordinary counterpart. It will not learn moves sooner. It will not survive a hit that would otherwise knock it out. In the games, the color difference is just that, a difference in color. Every stat, every move, every hidden value operates exactly as it would on a regular Pokémon of the same species and level. You could take two identical Pokémon, one shiny and one not, and pit them against each other, and the fight would play out as a mirror match. The only difference would be the way they look. The only difference would be the way they shine. But that's not how it feels. That's never how it feels. When the game wants you to know that this is happening, it doesn't rely on color alone. The encounter itself is announced. As the Pokémon appears, there's a visual flash, a cascade of sparkling lights that circles around it, briefly obscuring it in brilliance. And with that flash, a sound cue plays, a distinct, crystalline chime that breaks through the usual audio backdrop of the wild. If you've ever encountered a shiny in the wild, you know that sound. It's unmistakable. It doesn't sound like anything else in the game. It cuts through the rustle of grass and the looping battle music, a tiny burst of silver that tells you, before you've even processed what you're looking at, that something extraordinary has entered the frame. That flash and that chime are the game's way of saying, pay attention. This matters. In a series built on repetition, on thousands of wild encounters that blur together into a single soft rhythm, these two signals stand apart. They are the difference between another ordinary battle and a moment you will still be describing to friends years later. And once that flash fades, once the battle is over, the rule is absolute. In the main series games, a Pokémon's shiny status is fixed. It's determined at the moment of the encounter, or at the moment an egg is generated, and it never changes from that point forward. A normal Pokémon will never become shiny. It won't develop the colors over time. It won't reveal them after enough battles or enough levels. And a shiny Pokémon won't lose its shininess either. It's not a condition, like a status ailment. It's not a temporary sparkle. It's a permanent, immutable part of that individual Pokémon's identity. If you catch a shiny and keep it in your party for years, it will still be shiny. If you trade it away, it will still be shiny for its next trainer. If you move it from one game to another, through the various modern systems that carry Pokémon across generations, it will still be shiny. The game has assigned it a value that simply does not move. This is one of the things that makes the concept so strange to hold on to. Pokémon are dynamic creatures. They evolve, they learn, they change type, they change shape, they change size. But they do not change this. The shininess is not a stage of development or an ongoing effect. It's a fixed property, buried deep in the data, as permanent as the species itself. For many players, the first time they understood all of this came not from a random encounter, but from a story moment. In Pokémon Gold and Silver, released in 1999, the player travels to the Lake of Rage in Johto. And there, in the middle of a body of water, is a Gyarados. But not the usual blue and white. It's red. It's a forced encounter, a guaranteed shiny, built into the plot of the game. The NPCs around the lake are confused. Some of them are angry. They think this red Gyarados is a strange phenomenon, something tied to the radio signals in the area. And in a sense, they're right. Something unusual has happened to this creature. But what's actually happened is something the characters in the world can't fully see. The game has just shown you that this hidden layer of color exists, and that it's rare enough to be treated as a local mystery. But for players, that red serpent was something else. It was proof that hidden colors existed in these games, colors that most people would never see in 100 hours of play. The Red Gyarados gave the concept a face. It's the reason so many players first understood that a Pokémon's color could be something other than what the Pokédex showed them. It was a scripted moment, yes, but it pointed to something unscripted, something random, something that could happen at any time, in any patch of grass, without warning. There's a peculiar detail about the name itself. The games didn't call them shiny at first. In early official materials, you'd see descriptions like color Pokémon or other roundabout phrasing, because the developers and the localizers weren't entirely sure how to talk about this mechanic. The label shiny came from the players. It was the fans who looked at that sparkle effect, that flash of light and sound, and decided that this was a quality worth naming, a kind of gleam that separated one Pokémon from the rest of its kind. Over time, the fan label became so universal that the games eventually adopted it themselves. By later generations, shiny was official. The Pokédex treated it as a known category, but it started as a community word, a name invented by the people who loved the games, not the people who made them. The rarity was astronomical. In the generation where shiny Pokémon debuted, the odds of finding one in the wild were 1 in 8,192. To put that in perspective, that meant a player could encounter thousands of wild Pokémon and never see a single shiny. Walking through the tall grass wasn't a search, it was a lottery. Every single encounter was a ticket, and almost every ticket came up empty. You could play through the entire game, defeat every gym leader, complete the Pokédex, and never once see that flash of light. Many players did. In later years, starting with Pokémon X and Y in 2013, the base rate was doubled to 1 in 4,096. Still vanishingly rare, still special, but a little less impossible. And that rarity is the entire point, because the moment a shiny stops being rare, it stops being shiny. The value of these Pokémon doesn't come from what they can do, it comes from the fact that they almost never exist. A shiny Pokémon is a statistical anomaly, a creature that should not have appeared, appearing anyway. It's a glimmer of variation in a system designed to be predictable. And when you understand that, you start to understand why the flash and the sound feel the way they do. The game is not celebrating a stronger creature. The game is celebrating a unique one, a one-of-a-kind individual, a living proof that the universe of Pokémon, for all its rules and structures, can still surprise you. So this is what shiny Pokémon are: alternate colors, nothing more and nothing less. Their meaning comes from the player, not from the game's mechanics. They carry no hidden strength, no unseen power. They carry rarity. They carry surprise. They carry the memory of a flash of light that stopped you mid-step and made you hold your breath. And when you start to ask where that flash came from, why the games even had this hidden layer of color in the first place, the answer is stranger than you might expect. It doesn't begin with a grand design. It doesn't begin with a plan for a new kind of collectible or a story about rare creatures. It begins in the code, in the quiet machinery of the games themselves, in a decision that was never meant to become the obsession it eventually became. If shininess grants no power, then why does it matter? That's the question that follows from everything we've established so far. A shiny Pokémon fights exactly the same as its ordinary counterpart. It has no extra stats. It learns no secret moves. It doesn't evolve into anything different. It isn't faster, stronger, or harder to catch. And yet, players have built whole rituals around finding them. Decades of hunting, entire communities devoted to the search. Countless hours spent walking back and forth through tall grass, hatching eggs, resetting games, all for a single flash of color. So the answer has to lie somewhere else. It lies in the moment of discovery itself. And to understand that moment, we need to rewind to 1999. 1999. Pokémon Gold and Silver have just arrived on the Game Boy Color. The Johto region stretches out ahead of you, a brand new world built on top of everything you already knew from the original games. And somewhere in the middle of that adventure, players find something strange at the Lake of Rage. A Gyarados, but it's red. Not the usual blue you've seen since the original games. Red. The game doesn't stop to explain it with a cinematic full of exposition. It just presents this creature, thrashing at the surface of the lake, enraged, and the player has to decide what to do. For players at the time, this was unprecedented. In the first generation of Pokémon games, every single Gyarados looked the same. You could encounter dozens of them, hundreds. They were all that familiar blue. You'd evolved your own Magikarp into Gyarados, and it was that same blue. Everyone's was the same blue. The species had a fixed appearance, and no one questioned it. So when this red one appeared, it didn't fit any known category. Was it a glitch? A special event creature? A mutation of some kind? The game drops hints that something is wrong at this lake, but it never comes out and says why this Gyarados is red. It just lets the encounter happen. And this is where the story gets interesting, because the players of 1999 didn't have a word for what they were seeing, not an official one. The game itself was vague. Early official materials sometimes used descriptions like color Pokémon. Other sources said differently colored Pokémon. The Pokédex entries didn't call them shiny. There was no universal vocabulary. The concept existed in the code, and it existed in the world of Johto, but the language around it hadn't been built yet. So players had to invent their own. This was a particular moment in gaming history. The internet was young. Social media didn't exist. If you wanted to share what you found, you went to a message board, or a fan site, or you told your friends at school. And that's where the story of the name really begins. Somewhere in those early communities, someone saw a differently colored Pokémon. Maybe it was a Pidgey that was pink instead of brown. Maybe a Geodude that glittered gold. The details are lost to time, but the experience was universal. The sparkle appeared, the colors were wrong, and the player had a question: what is this? Because this is the first major twist in the whole story. Before the Pokémon Company ever used the term shiny in an official capacity, it was a fan creation. It started with the way these encounters looked. When a differently colored Pokémon appeared, the game triggered a sparkle effect, a short burst of stars. A little glimmer that played before the battle began. That animation was the signal. You saw the flash, and you knew something was different. And because of that flash, players started calling these creatures shiny. The name spread through the early fan communities, message boards, fan sites, chat rooms. The kind of spaces where players gathered to trade tips, share rumors, and compare their experiences. Someone would describe finding a differently colored Pokémon, and someone else would ask what it was called. People tried out a few different words: color Pokémon, rare color, alternate color, but the simplest one stuck. It's shiny. The term was descriptive. It matched what you saw on screen, and it didn't require any official endorsement. It was just what players called the thing they'd found. Over time, it became the default. If you said you'd found a shiny, other players knew exactly what you meant. But here's the strange part. While the fans were building this vocabulary, the technical reality behind the phenomenon was much simpler. A shiny Pokémon isn't a different species. It isn't a new form the way the games would later introduce regional variants. It's a color palette swap. The sprite uses different colors. That's it. Behind the scenes, the game reads certain data values, and based on those values, it loads a different set of colors for the same creature. No hidden powers, no special origin, no unique battle aura, no secret lore waiting to be uncovered, just a different coat of paint from a technical standpoint. And yet, the players didn't experience it that way. When you saw that sparkle, when that red Gyarados rose out of the lake, you felt something. It felt like the game had singled you out, like you'd witnessed something rare and almost magical. The technical explanation doesn't capture that. It can't account for the way your heart skipped when the colors didn't match. In that moment, the players were interpreting a data coincidence as a kind of destiny, and in a way, they were right, because the odds of finding one of these creatures in the wild were incredibly small. 1 in 8,192. Every encounter was a roll of the dice, and when the dice landed in your favor, it felt personal. Rumors and theories bloomed in the absence of official answers. Some players thought the alternate color meant the Pokémon was stronger. Others thought it was a sign of a hidden event. Some thought the Red Gyarados was connected to a secret quest, or that catching it would unlock something. The community traded theories back and forth, each one untested, each one exciting. The truth was simpler, but the truth didn't matter as much as the feeling. The feeling was real. That gap between the technical and the magical is where the entire shiny phenomenon lives, and it's why the fan name mattered so much. Calling it shiny gave it a personality. It gave players a way to talk about their encounters with each other. It turned a palette swap into a legend. The word itself carried the wonder. You weren't just describing a color, you were describing the moment it appeared, the flash, the impossibility of it all. You were describing a memory, and there was something else happening too. The Red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage became a kind of anchor for the whole concept. It was a guaranteed encounter. Every player who reached that point in the story would see it. That meant everyone could share the experience. It was proof that this phenomenon was real. It gave players a common reference point. Before the Lake of Rage, a differently coloured Pokémon was just a rumour you'd heard from a friend of a friend. After the Lake of Rage, it was a fact with a face, a big angry red face. Eventually, the official franchise caught up. The term became standard. By later generations, the Pokédex and official materials treated shiny Pokémon as a normalized category. Game Freak started building features around them, events, methods to increase your chances. The fan concept had become official policy, but that only happened because the players had already built the foundation. The community named it, the community defined it, and eventually the creators accepted that name as their own. The label the fans invented became the label the entire world would use. So when you see a shiny Pokémon today, you're looking at something with two histories woven together. The official history begins in 1999 with the introduction of alternate colours in gold and silver. The unofficial history begins in the same year in the words players used to describe what they saw. Both histories are real. Both of them shaped the thing you encounter today, and both of them lead to a deeper question about the machinery hidden behind that sparkle. Because a Pokémon doesn't become shiny by accident. The game is making a decision in that moment. A calculation is running behind the screen, weighing values you never see, deciding whether this particular creature will flash gold or remain ordinary. That system has a story of its own, and to understand it, you have to follow the numbers. When the first Pokémon games appeared on the Game Boy, each small screen held a world built from the barest essentials. 4 shades of grey-green, a handful of pixels, a soundtrack that beeped and hummed and somehow became unforgettable. And within those tight limits, every creature had to tell you exactly what it was. No mistake, no confusion. A Pikachu was a yellow shape, but here it was simply a sprite, a tiny grid of pixels that your eyes learned to recognize through outline and shading alone. Color was a luxury that the original Game Boy simply didn't have, so the artists at Game Freak had to become masters of subtraction. They made every wing, every fin, every tail read clearly in black and white, so that a Charizard and a Dragonite were different, even if your game screen was glowing in the dark and barely lit. That careful visual discipline is part of why Pokémon felt so alive on a machine that could barely show a gradient. When Gold and Silver arrived in 1999, the Game Boy Color brought with it a small miracle. These new games could finally show your Pokémon in color, but it was not a flood of limitless hues. Each sprite still ran on a tight budget. A single palette, a fixed set of colors, had to serve every frame and every expression. The Game Boy Color could display far more than 4 shades. But each individual sprite didn't get the whole rainbow. It got a small handful of carefully chosen values. So when the developers wanted a new creature, they didn't need a new drawing. They could take the sprite they already had and simply change the colors. A Red Gyarados is not a different model. It is the exact same Gyarados, painted over with a different set of color slots. That is a palette swap, and here is where the mystery begins to soften. If you were a player in autumn of 1999 and you wandered north of Mahogany Town, you found a lake where a Red Gyarados was thrashing. This was not a rare random encounter. It was a scripted moment. The story told you there was something unusual about this one, a savage fury that made its every scale flash crimson. But years before that, in the quiet of the code, there was no mythology about a chosen Gyarados or an angry genetic anomaly. There was just a system, a tiny variation in the data that controlled its stats and its personality, and embedded in the way that data was read, one extra flag that pointed to a different set of colours. That was all. The game could create an entirely new creature by hand, sculpting a new sprite from scratch, but that required memory, time and care. A palette swap required almost nothing, and in the economy of cartridge space, where every byte mattered, that was the cleverest trick in the book. It is tempting to look at a shiny Pokémon and imagine that the developers intended a secret lore from the very first day, that somewhere in a design document for Gold and Silver, there was a paragraph about celestial mutations or ancient rival forms. But the evidence points to something more humble. Shininess is not a fully developed legend. It is a product of systems and constraints. The Game Boy could only hold so much. The sprites could only carry so many colours, and Game Freak, always resourceful, realised that a simple recolor could add a layer of rarity and surprise without adding a single new creature to the Pokédex. That is why the odds were what they were. 1 in 8,192. That number comes directly from how the game's internal values worked. The same values that determined whether a Pokémon's stats were high or low also contained the seed of its colour. Only if every relevant number lined up perfectly in a specific pattern would the game say yes. This one is different. This one deserves a different palette. There was no ceremony, no special voice line, no ancient prophecy. There was just a flash of sparkle and a new colour. So what looked like a secret species was at its heart a clever use of existing game architecture. The sprite data was untouched. The behaviour was untouched. Only a handful of bits in a memory address changed the way the game looked at the same pixels. And in that simple act, the technical limits of the Game Boy became a feature. The constraints shaped the visual identity of early Pokémon so completely that colour became almost secondary. You knew what a Pokémon was from its movement, its cry, its silhouette. The shiny variant was something else. It was a reward for noticing, for paying attention, in a world where the difference was subtle. But it was not a new animal. It was the same animal, wearing a coat that the game's architecture allowed it to wear. And that is the strangest twist. A phenomenon that became one of the most beloved secrets in the franchise was never a secret at all. It was just a consequence of making the most of limited tools. And once you see that, you can't stop noticing it. In every generation, every new Pokémon game, there is a moment where a Pokémon appears a little different, and it feels like the universe is winking at you. But the universe is just a cartridge, a bit of code, and a palette that was waiting to be swapped. The mystery, then, is not in the creature. It is in the way these tiny mechanical decisions cross the boundary between data and wonder. And once the players got their hands on that wonder, they did something the developers could not have fully predicted. They began to talk. Every wild Pokémon you have ever encountered was created twice. Once as a visual image on your screen, a familiar shape with a set of colours, a particular posture as it steps out of the grass, and once as a hidden record, a string of numbers written secretly inside the cartridge, numbers the game never shows you. If you want to understand why a shiny Pokémon appears in front of you, and why it feels so impossibly rare, you have to look at that second creation, the one that happens in the dark. In the previous chapter, we talked about how the limited hardware of the Game Boy made alternate colours a natural possibility. The same species could be stored as a set of palette coordinates, and swapping those coordinates changed the creature on screen. That is how a red Gyarados could exist in a world of blue ones. But it only tells us how a different colour could appear. It does not tell us why, out of thousands of identical encounters, one particular Magikarp comes out, looking like it has been dipped in a different paint. The answer is not in the sprite. The answer is in a number. When the game decides that you have stepped into a patch of tall grass, it runs a quiet sequence of random rolls. It picks a species from the area's encounter table, weighted by location and sometimes by time. It picks a level, often within a narrow range for that particular spot. It generates a full set of statistics, rolling individual values that determine how high or low each stat lean compared to another of the same species. And it also produces several pieces of data that the player will never directly inspect. A personality value, a stream of random bits, a trainer ID and a secret ID attached to your save file. From the outside, none of this is visible. You just see grass shake, a shadow appears, the music changes, a Pokémon leaps into view. But those hidden numbers are doing a great deal of work. They determine whether the Pokémon is male or female. They determine whether it carries one ability or the other. They influence how its stats compare to another member of the same species, caught at the same level, wearing the same look. The illusion of Pokémon is that every encounter presents you with a new creature in the wild. The truth is that each encounter presents you with a bundle of code, and what matters is how that code is interpreted. Shiny status is part of that interpretation, and it is important to understand exactly how narrow the logic is. Shininess is not a badge pinned on a Pokémon because of where it lives. It is not a reward earned by a Pokémon's name. A Pokémon called Sparkle is no more likely to be shiny than one named after a food you like. It is not connected to the type of grass you are standing in. It is not caused by the way the Pokémon moves when it appears, by the weather on the screen, or by anything you could describe with your eyes. Shininess is determined entirely by the underlying values. The game takes data generated during the encounter and runs a comparison. In the second generation of games, that comparison involved the individual values stored inside each Pokémon's stats. Every Pokémon had its own internal spread of numbers for attack, defense, speed, and special, and the game checked whether that spread matched a very precise combination. If the values lined up exactly, the game quietly marked the Pokémon as shiny. In later generations, the calculation shifted to the personality value and the player's own trainer IDs, but the shape of the idea stayed the same. A number was generated, a number was checked, and only if the check succeeded did the visible world change. Now here is the strange part. You could play one of these games for years and never see any of that machinery. You could catch hundreds of Pokémon, fill entire boxes, trade with friends, battle through the leagues, and the hidden numbers would stay hidden. Then one evening, in some ordinary patch of grass, a Pokémon would appear with the wrong colours. The game would flash a ring of sparkles and play a sound designed to feel like recognition, and you would know instantly that something rare had arrived, but you would not know why. The game showed you the result of the calculation. It never showed you the calculation itself. It is a little like watching a coin land on a table. You see the head or you see the tail. You do not see the exact force of the thumb, the spins in the air, the tiny currents that decide which side faces up. You only learn the outcome. And because the outcome is all you are allowed to see, it feels like a stroke of fate. That is what a shiny encounter feels like. By the time you are permitted to look, the coin has already landed, but the game presents the landing in such a theatrical way, with sparkles and sound and a sudden shift in colour, that you forget you never actually saw the coin leave the hand. And that is precisely what makes a shiny encounter feel the way it does. It is a confrontation between visible wonder and hidden mathematics. On the surface, you are watching a small creature appear in tall grass, wearing colours you have never seen on its species. It is purely an image, a visual surprise, a moment that seems to belong entirely to the game's fantasy world. Underneath that image, completely out of sight, The game is executing a cold routine. It generates a random value. It compares that value to a fixed threshold. In the games where the odds were original, the threshold was 1 in 8,192. If the value falls in the right range, the palette swaps, the sparkle displays, the sound plays. No decision was made, no desire was involved, just mathematics. You might think that would drain the wonder out of it, but it does the opposite for players. And I believe that is because the human mind insists on finding meaning where the game offers only math. The sparkle appears and you feel chosen. You feel lucky. You feel as though the game reached out and tapped you on the shoulder. But the reality is that the game taps everyone on the shoulder just as often as the numbers allow. It has no preference. It does not know your name. The number that made that Pokémon shiny is the same kind of number that runs through every encounter you will ever have. Mostly it fails. Every time it fails, you see a normal Pokémon and think nothing of it. The failure is silent. The success is a spectacle. Even the Red Gyarados, that famous story moment at the Lake of Rage, obeys the same logic. The game presents it as a narrative mystery. A Gyarados, usually blue, has appeared red, and it is rampaging because something has driven it into a frenzy. The story gives the colour a reason, but the game also ensures the encounter is predictable by locking the hidden values. It forces the calculation to succeed. The Red Gyarados is shiny because the code says it must be, arranged in advance. The meaning layered on top of it, the rage, the mystery. That is the story telling you why the colour matters. The code simply renders the colour. Take that story away, and you are left with the bare experience that every shiny hunter knows. You enter a patch of grass. The game rolls a species, a level, and a set of hidden values. 99 times out of 100, nothing interesting happens. On that rare roll, the numbers align, and the screen performs its little reveal. You, the player, are the only witness who can feel that event. The Pokémon has no idea it is shiny. The Pokémon species does not care. The code has already moved on to the next instruction. All the meaning, all the excitement, all the memory of the moment is generated by your own mind reacting to what your eyes were never meant to see directly. That is the hidden number inside every encounter, not a secret treasure locked in the game's files, not a divine judgment, but a simple value meeting a simple condition in a dark place, while the visible world keeps your attention elsewhere. The encounter is two stories told at once. In one story, a Pokémon appears, and you feel thrilled or disappointed, excited or calm. In the other, a calculation runs and ends. And once players began to realize the calculation existed, they understandably wanted to look at it. They wanted to see the number. They wanted to know which values could be adjusted, which roles could be influenced, which steps of the encounter could be steered toward that 1 in 8,000 result. The quiet adventure of hunting for shinies shifted gradually, away from waiting passively in the grass and toward understanding the machinery behind the curtain, taking the first careful steps toward discovering whether a hidden number could, with enough patience and enough deliberate breeding, be persuaded to land on the right side of the threshold. Every Pokémon that appeared in the tall grass of Johto carried that hidden number, the one that decided whether the creature would look familiar or utterly impossible. And in 1999, when Pokémon Gold and Silver first shipped, that number had to fall on exactly one specific value out of more than 8,000 possibilities. Roughly one chance in 8,192. To understand what that number really meant, you have to stand in the tall grass. Every step triggers a possible encounter. A Pidgey, a Sentret, a Rattata, a Hoothoot. One after another, they appear with their ordinary colours, their standard palettes, the same familiar sprites that players already knew from the animated series and from the original games that had come before. And each time a battle begins, the game quietly rolls those invisible values again. 1 in 8,192. The odds never improve. They never adjust. There is no pity system, no quiet voice of the game telling you that you have suffered a fuff and deserve a reward. Every single encounter begins fresh, carrying the exact same probability as the encounter before it, and the encounter before that, and the encounter before that. Now today, a shiny hunter has tools. Dedicated players have developed methods to check Pokémon without even entering battle. There are apps that track encounter counts. There are communities that share strategies, calculators that optimize for the fastest possible checks per hour, and streaming setups where thousands of people sit together and watch a hunt unfold in real time. The modern shiny hunter is armed with knowledge and preparation. They know the odds, they know the methods, they know exactly what they are looking for, and they have built an entire language around the search. But in 1999, none of that existed. The player had a Game Boy Color, a link cable, and whatever information had been passed along by word of mouth or gleaned from an unofficial strategy guide. Most players did not even know shiny Pokémon existed at all. There was no indicator in the Pokédex that would tell you an alternate color was possible. There was no online community waiting to celebrate your find. There was only the brief, almost disorienting moment when the battle began. The pixels shifted to an unexpected shade, and the sparkle animation played across the screen, if you were lucky enough to see it at all. And that is what made the rarity feel even harsher, because the encounters were not just rare, they were random in the way that the player could not influence. You could not chain encounters, you could not breed for better odds, you could not systematically reset with any reliable sense of progress. All you could do was walk back and forth in the grass, or circle a patch of water and hope. The encounter itself was a lottery ticket you never asked for, and most of the time, the prize was just another ordinary Pokémon. The game gave you no signal that you were getting closer. There was no counter, no meter, no sense that the next attempt would be any more likely than the last. You were simply rolling dice against a silence that never told you if you were winning, and because the entire experience was so undocumented, you could never be certain the prize even existed. You might have heard a rumor from a friend of a friend. You might have seen a screenshot in a magazine, but the game itself never confirmed that an alternate color was hiding inside its code. So the search required a kind of faith. Faith that the thing was real. Faith that the odds could be beaten. Faith that your time in the grass was worth something, even when every single encounter looked exactly like the last one. The grind itself had a rhythm to it, almost a trance. Step into the grass. Screen fades. Battle begins. A Pokémon appears, familiar and forgettable. You either run or finish the fight. The screen fades back, and you take another step. The hours blur together. The encounters lose their individual shape. And in that blur, ordinary Pokémon become a kind of background noise. You stop looking at their colors because you have already seen every color 1,000 times. And then, one encounter breaks the pattern, and you notice only because the game has trained you to expect uniformity. Consider for a moment what those odds actually meant in practice. 8,192. That number is so large that most players would pass by hundreds, even thousands, of shiny Pokémon without ever realizing it. Not because the sparkle would fail to play, but because the encounter itself never happened. Every patch of grass you walked past without stepping into it. Every repel you used to keep low-level Pokémon away. Every time you traveled from one town to another and dodged a wild encounter because you were in a hurry. All of those moments bypassed the roll entirely. The game only asked the question when a battle began, and if you never entered the battle, the question was never asked. The shiny Pokémon was already there, somewhere in the rows of data the game had generated. But it would never be seen because you chose the path that led around it. But even when you did stop and fight, even when the wild Pokémon appeared on the screen and the battle music began, the odds were still stacked against you. For every one shiny, 8,191 Pokémon would be perfectly ordinary. You would defeat them, catch them, or run from them, and the numbers would tick over again, resetting for the next encounter. And because there was no way to track how many you had seen, no counter that told you that you were due for something special, the whole process felt even more distant. 8,192 is an abstract number when you read it on a page, but when you feel it, encounter after encounter, grass rustling and battle music starting and fading, it becomes something else entirely. It becomes a kind of quiet acceptance that the special thing may simply never happen, and then, in the middle of that acceptance, it happens anyway. And here is the strangest truth about that very first era of shiny Pokémon. For most players who ever found one, it was not the result of a plan, it was an accident. Pure unlooked for accident. A player grinding their team against wild Pokémon, paying half attention to the screen while doing something else entirely, would suddenly notice that the Pokémon in front of them looked wrong. A golden Ursaring, a blue Doduo, a pink Pichu. The sparkle would play, a chime would sound, and for a moment the player would freeze. They had not been hunting for a shiny Pokémon. They had not even known such a thing was possible. But there it was, standing in front of them, an impossible colour on an otherwise ordinary creature. That accidental quality defined the early shiny experience. Because the phenomenon was so rare and so completely unexplained, players who stumbled upon one often assumed something was wrong. They wondered if their cartridge was broken. They wondered if the game was glitching, and some of them, not realizing what they had found, simply reset the console out of confusion. There are stories from those early years of players who ran from a shiny because they thought the game was malfunctioning, or who turned off the power in frustration, only to realize years later what they had thrown away. The games never explained the mechanic, the rules were never stated, and so the accident carried a kind of innocence that no modern hunt can ever recapture. Today, that sense of accident is still central to the appeal of the shiny Pokémon, even with all the tools and methods and odds improving strategies. There is a reason the most meaningful shiny stories are always the ones that happened by surprise. A Pokémon encountered during a casual playthrough, a wild encounter that appeared while the player was simply trying to reach the next gym. Those moments carry a weight that a deliberately hunted shiny can never quite match, because they remind us that for all the data and probability and hidden numbers, the game can still surprise us. And in that surprise, the ordinary world of Pokémon suddenly looks just a little bit stranger. And yet, there was one shiny Pokémon in that original generation that did not require luck at all. One encounter that was built directly into the storyline, presented to every single player who made it to a certain point in the Johto region. It was a guaranteed event, a Red Gyarados lurking in the waters of the Lake of Rage. And for many players, it would be the first time they ever saw a shiny Pokémon with their own eyes. Those odds, 1 in 8,192, described an event that most players would never experience. The math alone was discouraging. Even a trainer who spent hours in the tall grass, battling every rustle, every shadow, might go an entire generation without ever seeing that sparkle. And before gold and silver, no one even knew to look for it. But here is the strange counterweight to all that rarity. The same games that introduced those brutal odds also made sure that every single player would encounter a shiny Pokémon at least once. Not by chance, not through grinding, but through a moment placed directly into the heart of the story. The journey takes you to the Lake of Rage. This is a location in Johto, northwest of Mahogany Town, a body of water that has become anything but calm. The name is literal. The lake is angry. The water churns with an unnatural fury, and the air above it feels tense, heavy, charged with something wrong. When you first hear about it, the locals speak in hushed tones. Fishermen have stopped going out. The water, once clear enough to see through, has turned dark and restless. And when you finally step onto the surface and begin to surf, you see the source of the disturbance. Gyarados everywhere. Huge, serpentine Pokémon, thrashing in the waves, their red eyes glowing against their blue scales, their bodies slamming into the water with a force that sends spray across the entire lake. Something has driven them into this frenzy. Something is wrong. And every fibre of the scene tells you that you are supposed to investigate. And then the encounter begins. The screen flashes. The transition to battle happens in that familiar, almost routine way. A wild Pokémon appears before you. It is a Gyarados, but it is not blue. Its body is deep crimson red, like rust, like dried blood, like a sunset poured into the shape of a sea serpent. A shower of sparkling stars radiates outward from its form, and a sharp, crystalline chime plays. A sound that has no equivalent anywhere else in the game up to that point. Is unmistakably a Gyarados, and unmistakably different. Gold and silver place this guaranteed Red Gyarados directly in the story, not as a legend whispered by a random NPC, but as a fixed, unavoidable event. There is no way to skip it. The plot requires you to come to the Lake of Rage. The plot requires you to uncover what is causing the disturbance. And the plot requires you to confront this creature directly. Every copy of the game contains this encounter. Every player who reaches this point in Yoto sees the same Red Gyarados at the same level, in the same water with the same sparkling intro. It is not a secret. It is not an Easter egg hidden behind obscure conditions. It is a story beat, a chapter in the game's narrative, delivered to every single player regardless of their choices. And that is precisely why the player could not dismiss the Red Gyarados as a rumour or a visual glitch. In the late 1990s, Pokémon was a game built on rumours. There were whispers of a truck near the S, and that you could move to find Mew. There were stories of glitched Pokémon that corrupted save files. There were legends of creatures that existed only in broken data, their sprites scrambled, their cry a distorted screech. The Red Gyarados could have been one more rumour. It could have been a myth passed from playground to playground. A story about a fish that turned red, but it was not. Because it was standing right in front of you, in the centre of the main plot, with a radio signal from Team Rocket, serving as the in-world explanation for why it existed. You didn't hear about it. You saw it. You battled it. You could catch it and keep it. It appeared in your Pokédex, like any other Pokémon, its red sprite filling the screen. This was no rumour. This was verifiable, tangible, real. The encounter transformed an invisible rarity into a public cinematic event. That is perhaps its most important quality. A normal shiny encounter is a private moment. It happens in tall grass, or in a cave, or underwater, somewhere hidden, somewhere quiet, somewhere unlikely. The sparkle plays. The colour shifts, and the moment belongs only to you. It is an individual secret, a tiny miracle witnessed by one person and one person alone. The Red Gyarados is the exact opposite. Everyone in Mahogany Town knows something is wrong. The fishermen talk about the strange behaviour of the lake. The radio broadcasts a suspicious signal late at night, interference that seems deliberate. Team Rocket is hiding in a nearby base, using technology to force Magikarp to evolve against their will, to transform them into Gyarados, to provoke the lake into chaos. The entire region feels the effects. The lake itself is furious, a wild animal thrashing in its own waters. And then the player arrives, surfacing through the storm, and confronts the source of it all. This is not a random encounter. It is a set piece. The Red Gyarados exists in the centre of a narrative storm. It was born from a villainous scheme, a laboratory experiment gone wrong, or perhaps gone exactly as intended. It is the visible symptom of something deeply wrong in Yoto, and when the player takes it on, when they weaken it, catch it, or knock it out, they have not just added a trophy to their collection, they have resolved a story. The cinematic weight of that moment is enormous. The crystal sparkle effect, the crimson scales, the raging lake around them, the knowledge that this creature was created by human interference. It looks and feels like a boss fight, even though mechanically it is just a wild Pokémon encounter. It is a moment that has no parallel in the first generation of games. Nothing in red, blue, or yellow ever asked you to face a creature like this, A Pokémon that was both a plot point and a prize. And that is the first major lesson in what a shiny could mean. Before the Lake of Rage, no player had any context for alternate colours. There was no term for it. There was no category. No concept of shininess as a property of Pokémon. The idea that a Pokémon could simply look different, and that the difference might carry meaning, did not exist in the public consciousness. The Red Gyarados changed all of that in a single encounter. It taught players that a differently coloured Pokémon was not a glitch, not a trick, not a corrupted sprite. It was a legitimate, catchable, real creature. It taught players that the Pokémon world contained secrets, visible only to those who paid attention. And crucially, it taught players what a shiny Pokémon was not. This Gyarados was not stronger than a normal one. It had the same stats, the same moves, the same typing. It was not a mythic beast. It was not a legendary. It was an ordinary Gyarados with an extraordinary coat of paint. And yet, the moment it appeared, it commanded attention. Its rarity alone made it precious. Its red scales made it a status symbol. Catching it meant something. Bringing it to a trainer's team meant something. This was not a Pokémon that fought harder. It was a Pokémon that mattered more, not because of any special power, but because of its presence. In that sense, the Red Gyarados is the franchise's first major lesson in what a shiny could mean. It defined the emotional weight of the phenomenon. Before the terminology even existed, it showed players that rarity in itself could be a form of value. It turned an invisible number in the game data, in 8,192, into something tangible, something visual, something you could point at across a link cable and say, "This is special." It also demonstrated, without ever spelling it out, that the game's systems were deeper than they appeared. The same underlying data that made this one Gyarados red could, in theory, make any other Pokémon red too, or blue or green or golden. The possibility was suddenly alive in the minds of players everywhere, and so the question spread. If there was one Red Gyarados forced into existence by a villain's machine, what else might exist? If the game could generate one shining Pokémon through deliberate design, perhaps it could generate others through pure chance. Perhaps somewhere, in some patch of grass, in some dark cave, there was another one waiting to be found. Players carried that curiosity back into the real world, where there was no story event to guarantee another miracle. And there, in the spaces between games, in the earliest online communities and the whispered conversations between friends, they began to work out what to call these creatures, and how to prove they had found one, and whether there was any way to make the impossible happen again. You watched it thrash in the water, that deep red against the ordinary blue of the lake. It was the same shape you had seen 100 times before, the same menacing silhouette, the same fins, the same tail. But the colour told you something was different. The story told you something was wrong. And when the encounter finally began, when the sparkle burst across the screen, the game was telling you something even deeper. That this world you had been walking through for hours was not as simple as it looked. That was the strange part. Everything that made this Gyarados special, the colour, the surprise, the sense of importance, was actually a hidden mechanic. The same mechanic that had been running silently behind every wild Pokémon you had ever met. The same invisible roll of numbers that happened in every patch of grass, and every dark cave, and every stretch of open water you had crossed since the beginning of your journey. Before the Lake of Rage, that mechanic had no shape and no name. It was just a quiet calculation that occurred in the background, something the game never mentioned, and the manual never explained. You had walked past it thousands of times, without ever knowing it was there. The Red Gyarados changed that. It gave the hidden mechanic a face. It took an abstract and almost impossibly rare occurrence and turned it into something you could stand in front of, something you could catch, something you could carry with you. Game Freak built a system of alternate colours into the game, but it was a system so rare that most players would never see it happen naturally in a full playthrough. One encounter in 8,192 might be shiny. Many players would wander through the entire region, defeat the Elite Four, complete the Pokédex as best they could, and still never once see a wild Pokémon sparkle. The feature might have stayed buried forever, a rumour drifting through message boards and playgrounds, a myth with no evidence to support it. But the Lake of Rage made evasion impossible. The game handed you the evidence. It staged a moment where the hidden system became the entire point of the scene. There was a reason this creature was causing trouble. There was a reason it looked so different from anything else you had caught. It was red, and it was angry, and it was directly in front of you, swimming in circles, waiting. You could not ignore it. And after you caught it, you could not deny that the world had more secrets than the game was willing to explain. And that is where the design begins to feel a little cruel, because the game handed you a shiny Pokémon essentially for free. You followed the story. You reached the heart of the mystery. You defeated the forces stirring up the lake. And your reward was this crimson creature, guaranteed, waiting for you at the same time in every copy of the game. It was a gift wrapped in narrative. But once it was in your party, once you looked at it sitting there in your box, red against the ordinary colours of everything else you owned, a question surfaced quietly. The game never answered it. Could this happen again? Not this exact Gyarados. Another one, somewhere else. The terror of that question is the most fascinating part of early shiny Pokémon. At the Lake of Rage, everything was controlled. The encounter was scripted. The creature was the same for every player. The outcome was guaranteed. But the moment you stepped away from that water, the rules changed. Every tall patch of grass became a stage where an entirely different play could unfold. A random encounter with a random Pokémon had a random chance of being shiny, and you had no way to know, no way to calculate, no way to predict. You just had to walk through the grass again, and again, and again, hoping that this time the sparkle would appear. That comparison is what gave the Red Gyarados its real meaning. It was a translation device. The game spoke a quiet language of probability and hidden data values, and the Lake of Rage encounter translated that language into something visual and memorable and unmistakably real. You learned the grammar of shiny Pokémon. That the sparkle appeared with a sound, that the creature could be caught and kept, and even bred, without the frustration of searching for something you had no proof existed. The proof was in front of you, splashing in the lake. The lesson sank in quickly, and then the game let you loose. Players began asking questions that no official guide could answer. If a Gyarados could be red, what about the Magikarp it evolved from? If a species could carry an alternate colour through evolution, did other evolution lines hide the same secret? If this lake held one, could a cave hold another? Could a forest? Could a mountain? Could the route right outside the nearest Pokémon Center be hiding a Pidgey so rare that almost no one would ever see it? The questions spread from player to player, carried over link cables and phone lines, and the early flickering forums of the internet. They compared notes, they swapped rumors, they checked every odd color they found, wondering if a slightly darker Geodude or a strangely pale Rattata was the real thing or just a trick of the screen. The controlled encounter had planted a seed that random rarity never could have planted on its own. Without the Red Gyarados, shiny Pokémon might have existed only as a footnote in the game's code, a barely documented curiosity that players would not even know to look for. But with it, the chase felt real. It felt possible. You had seen one with your own eyes. You had caught one with your own hands. Why not another? Why not 10? Why not one that no one else had ever seen? And that is the design strategy. Whether it was fully conscious or simply a lucky instinct, one controlled mystery could teach millions of players to hunt the uncontrolled ones. The Lake of Rage was not just a story event. It was a tutorial disguised as a narrative moment. Game Freak did not release a manual about sparkles and rates and rare palettes. They simply placed one impossible creature in the middle of a pond, let the story explain its presence, and then watched as an entire generation of players walked away with the only question that mattered: what else could be hiding? The depth of that question is what turned a rare mechanic into a story beat that still echoes through the franchise today. The Red Gyarados taught you what to look for, and then it stepped aside. From that moment forward, every wild encounter carried a new kind of tension. You were not just hoping for a strong Pokémon or a new species to fill your Pokédex. You were hoping for the thing that had no guarantee, no pattern, and no mercy. You were hoping for the reroll that the game had shown you once, in a safe and carefully staged moment, and then sent you out alone to find again. But the more players searched, the more they talked. And the more they talked, the more they needed a word for the thing they were chasing. Somewhere along the way, the game's quiet sparkle and the thrill of an impossible colour found a name. The game manuals mentioned it awkwardly, the fans said it differently, and while they argued and shared and posted their discoveries, the idea of the rare red one grew into something much larger than a single lake. The chase had begun. All it needed was a name. The Red Gyarados gave shiny Pokémon a public face. It was planted in the middle of the story, impossible to miss, a guaranteed moment of strangeness that every player would eventually encounter. But that encounter was scripted. The developers placed that Pokémon there deliberately. They decided you would see it. They decided when. That is not how the rest of the shiny phenomenon worked. The other shinies were random. They lived in the tall grass and the caves and the water, waiting for an encounter that might never arrive. When that encounter finally came, when the invisible numbers aligned in your favour, the game did not expect you to be reading the numbers. It expected you to be watching the light and listening. That is where the sound changed everything. By the time you are making your way through Yoto, you have already seen the normal battle transition hundreds of times. You step into the grass, the screen flashes white, the battle begins. The wild Pokémon appears on one side of the screen. Its cry plays through the tiny speaker. The menu slides up from the bottom. It is a routine so consistent that your brain stops paying attention after the first dozen hours. You know exactly what a wild encounter looks like. Nothing about it asks anything of you. Now change the scene. You are walking through a route you have crossed many times before, half focused, half thinking about something else entirely. A wild encounter triggers. The screen flashes, but what follows is not the usual transition. A burst of light radiates outward. A shower of stars, tiny points of brightness, sweeps across the screen, and at that same instant a sound plays. It is short, bright, crystalline, a little jingle that rises and falls in the space of about a second. The Game Boy speaker was small and often tinny, but this sound cuts through. It does not blend into the background. It announces itself. That 1 second, enough to change everything about the moment. Consider what the cue is doing, first of all, as information. The Game Boy was not a screen designed for subtlety. The original hardware rendered everything in 4 shades of greenish-grey. When gold and silver added colour through the Game Boy Color, the palettes were richer, but the display was still small, still dim in certain lighting, still easy to misread if you were not looking closely, and the colour differences between a normal Pokémon and its shiny form were not always obvious. Some shinies were dramatically different, a red Gyarados, a golden Magikarp. Others were barely a shade off. On a small screen, in a dim room, during a long session, you could easily fail to notice a palette swap with your own eyes. The game does not rely on your eyes. It tells you. The sparkle and the sound are unambiguous. There is no version of that audio cue that a player could mistake for something routine. The moment it plays, you know. You do not need to double-check the colour. You do not need to hold the screen up to the light. The game has already told you, in its clearest possible language, that this encounter is different from every other one you have walked through. The information is delivered instantly, and it cannot be missed. But if the cue were only information, it would be functional. It would be efficient. It would not be the moment that players remember. for the rest of their lives. The cue is also emotional punctuation. Think about what it does to your body in that instant. You were coasting. The encounter was routine. Your mind was elsewhere, and then the sound cuts through, and the sparkle fills the screen, and suddenly your attention snaps into focus so hard you can feel it. Your hands tighten around the console. Your breathing changes. Your pulse jumps. For one suspended second, the world outside the cartridge ceases to exist. There is only the screen and the sound and the impossible thing happening on it. That is a designed emotional response. The game is not merely informing you that a shiny Pokémon is present. It is marking the moment as significant. It is placing a punctuation mark, a beat of pure emphasis, in the middle of a sentence you had learned to stop reading. The ordinary stream of wild encounters carries no weight. You are moved along by it without noticing. The shiny encounter stops the stream. It forces every ounce of your attention into a single point. The cue functions as an emotional exclamation, a jolt that turns a routine occurrence into a memory before you have even had time to process what is happening. The contrast between the two transitions is deliberate. A normal encounter flows from grass to battle with one simple white flash. It is seamless. It is forgettable. It does not ask anything of you. You barely notice the boundary between walking and fighting because the game has smoothed it over so thoroughly. The shiny encounter does the opposite. It shatters the flow, the starburst, the sound, the pause before the battle begins. Everything about it is designed to interrupt. It is the difference between reading a sentence aloud and having someone shout your name across the room. The first is continuous. The second stops you cold. That interruption is what makes the experience feel alive. The game is not showing you that this encounter is rare. It is making you feel the rarity in your own body. And that is the argument at the heart of the whole phenomenon. The presentation turned a probability into a memory. 1 in 8,192. That is the number. That is the odds of finding a shiny Pokémon in the generation that introduced them. It is a statistic. It is cold, abstract, unremarkable. Numbers like that do not stick in the mind. Nobody remembers the day they learned about an odds calculation. Nobody carries a memory of reading a probability table. The statistic exists in the abstract, and in the abstract it means almost nothing. The memory exists in the body, and the memory was made possible by the presentation. Players can describe their first shiny encounter decades later. They remember the game. They remember the route, the patch of grass, the cave. They remember the time of day and what they were doing. They remember the exact moment the sparkle appeared, the exact note the sound played, and the feeling that flooded through them in that second, the disbelief, the panic, the sudden urgent prayer that they would not mess this up. The number never meant anything on its own. The moment meant everything, and the moment was constructed entirely from light and sound, from a sprite's alternate palette, a burst of stars, and a jingle that lasted less time than it takes to read this sentence. The sound was the bridge between arithmetic and experience. It took an invisible calculation, a roll of the dice happening inside the cartridge's data systems, and turned it into something you could feel. The statistics stayed hidden. The moment became unforgettable. Game Freak had created, by design, or by accident, or by some combination of the two, a piece of pure presentation that could transform a 1 in 8,192 event into a memory that would outlast the hardware it was played on. And that transformation was collective as much as individual. The sparkle animation became the visual language of an entire subculture. The term shiny was born from that animation. The light was what players named the phenomenon after. The sound became a shared reference point, a moment that every veteran of the games understood instantly, across generations, across different titles. You do not need to explain that sound to someone who knows. They already know. It is part of the grammar of Pokémon. A probability is something you calculate. A memory is something you carry. The sparkle and the sound were the bridge between the two. They are the reason a shiny Pokémon is not just a data flag. They are the reason it is a moment, an event, a story that players tell one another. Before the queue existed, shiny Pokémon were only a possibility. After the queue, they became an experience. But the light and the sound were never the real mechanism. They were the signal. Behind the sparkle, beneath the jingle, a process was running. Stream of data, a set of hidden values, a calculation that had been part of every wild Pokémon encounter since the very beginning of the series. The shiny was not the sparkle. The shiny was the number underneath it. The sparkle was simply the way the game made that number impossible to ignore. That sparkle did more than deliver information. It created a word. In the years after Gold and Silver reached players around the world, that burst of light at the start of an encounter became the defining feature of something the games themselves did not quite know how to name. A player would be walking through tall grass, or surfing across open water, or slowly rotating in a cave to make the encounter appear. And then it would happen. The screen flashed, the sound rang out, and a Pokémon appeared that looked different, somehow, from every other one they had ever seen. For a moment, none of it was explainable. The creature seemed to glow. The battle began, and then came the simple problem. How do you tell anyone what just happened? You could describe the creature itself. It was a different color. It was gold instead of red. It was blue instead of green. But these descriptions were clumsy, because every species had its own alternate palette. A shiny Drowsy was not the same color as a shiny Ponyta, and there was no single shade that tied them all together. You could point to the location where you found it. You could mention the way the game seemed to pause before the encounter began. But the one thing every rare variant shared was the sparkle, that shimmer, that burst of bright light at the moment of arrival. It was the only universal sign, the only detail that appeared the same way every single time. And so the label grew directly out of the animation. Players called these Pokémon shiny, not because the games used that word on screen, not because an official guide said so, but because the sparkle was the one consistent, visible signature of something that was otherwise entirely invisible. The word captured the experience in a way no careful description ever could. When the light erupted, the Pokémon did not simply appear. It shone. It glistened. It was shiny. Here is the detail that matters most. That word was not invented by the company that made the games. For a long time, official materials referred to these creatures with a handful of different, inconsistent labels. Some early sources described them as color Pokémon. Others used phrases like rare-colored, or alternate-colored, or simply special. The games themselves, especially in those first two generations, never sat down and told the player what they had found. The Red Gyarados was a story moment, a public spectacle. The random shinies were a silent miracle hidden in the grass. In both cases, the game left the naming entirely to you. That silence is what created the space for the community to step in. Players needed a word, not a lengthy explanation, not a workaround, not a question mark dragged onto a message board thread. They needed a simple label they could drop into a post, a chat window, or a schoolyard conversation, and have the other person understand instantly. And the most obvious source was right there on the screen. The shine, the flash, the sparkle that made their pulse jump before their brain even registered what it was seeing. The word spread the way all community language spreads. It moved through message boards, where players compared stories of their rarest finds, describing the exact moment a Pokémon shimmered into view, and the sound that followed it. It moved through strategy guides, which had to call these creatures something and increasingly borrowed the language players were already using. It moved through trading circles, where a shiny Pokémon was not just a collectible, but a currency with real weight. If you offered one in a trade, you did not need to argue about its value. The word itself carried the weight, and it moved through the earliest online communities, the dial-up forums and fan sites and chat rooms of the late 90s and early 2000s, where players who had never met in person could bond over the same impossible odds, the same near misses, the same unexpected flashes of light that turned an ordinary play session into an unforgettable one. The word spread because it worked. It was short. It was vivid. It required no translation. You saw the sparkle once, and the name made sense forever. Even players who had never found a shiny Pokémon themselves understood what the word meant, because they had seen the animation. They knew the sound. They had spent enough hours in the grass to know that one encounter was not like the others. Shiny did not describe the Pokémon, it described the moment, and it is worth pausing there to consider why that particular word won out over all the alternatives. Color Pokémon was accurate but vague. It described too much, because every Pokémon has a color. Rare Pokémon was already taken, and it did not distinguish this phenomenon from any other uncommon encounter. Shiny captured something deeper. It pointed directly to the sensory experience of meeting one of these creatures for the first time. The light was the thing you remembered. The shine was the thing you could describe to a friend who had never seen it. The name was not chosen because it was technically precise. It was chosen because it was true to the feeling. Now, this is not how naming usually works inside a major franchise. Normally, the creator sets the vocabulary and the audience follows. Game Freak and Nintendo have always been careful with their terminology. They choose names deliberately, and they protect them. But in this case, the audience built the language from the ground up. The term had already spread so far, and settled so deeply, that official materials were the ones that had to catch up. The company was left with a choice. It could keep cycling through its own descriptions, or it could accept the word. Players had already chosen for themselves, and slowly, unmistakably, the franchise yielded. The term shiny began to appear in official materials, first as a borrowed phrase, then as a fully accepted category. By the time Generation 5 arrived, the Pokédex and the franchise materials around it had normalized the concept completely. What had started as a fan-made label had become the standard way to talk about these Pokémon. The unusual reversal was complete. The audience had helped stabilize the vocabulary of the very thing it loved, and the franchise, to its credit, let that language stand. This matters more than it might seem. It tells us something important about who really shaped the shiny Pokémon phenomenon. A shiny Pokémon is not simply a creature hiding in the game data, waiting to be discovered by a patient player. It is a shared creation of the community that named it, hunted it, traded it, and built an entire culture around it. The sparkle gave players a word. The word gave them a shared world, and the world they built together grew so large that the franchise itself eventually stepped inside it. But to understand why that world formed in the first place, we have to step away from the community and the sparkle and the name. We have to look at the mechanic itself, and the story of how shininess actually came to exist does not begin with a flash of light. It begins much earlier, in the quiet machinery of the games, in the data that has been there all along. That sparkle was the moment of recognition. But once players had seen it, they still had to find a way to talk about it. And for a surprisingly long time, the official materials were not much help. Here is a strange truth about the early days of Pokémon. The games came with language, but hardly any explanation. Species names, move names, type matchups, those were all carefully written and enforced. But the rare color variants existed in a kind of limbo. They appeared in the code. They appeared on screen, with that burst of stars and that unforgettable sound. But when official sources needed to call them something, the terminology scattered. In early printed materials, the most common label was simply Color Pokémon. You can almost feel the hesitation in that phrase. It is not a real name. It is a description wearing a disguise. It says, this is a Pokémon whose color is different from the standard. It does not say rare. It does not say special. It does not mention the light show. And it certainly does not convey what it feels like to waste an entire afternoon walking through tall grass, and then, for no reason you can understand, the world changes. Other sources tried their own formulations. Alternate colored Pokémon differently colored Pokémon, a Pokémon with an unusual coloring. Each attempt was accurate. Each attempt was also forgettable. There was no consistent label, no single sanctioned term that appeared across the manual, the guidebooks, and the game itself. The Pokédex did not have a checkbox for it. The official materials did not seem sure whether this was an intentional feature or a side effect of the system, and that uncertainty leaked into the community in a very particular way. When language is inconsistent, a thing becomes hard to trust. If the games had called these variants something clear, something repeated, something printed in every official source with the same wording, they would have felt like a feature, but instead the words drifted. Color Pokémon in one place, a differently colored Pokémon in another, and the players, who had seen the sparkle with their own eyes and caught the Red Gyarados with their own hands, began to wonder whether the official world knew these creatures existed at all. The phenomenon felt unofficial. That is the honest way to put it. Half hidden, as though it had slipped out of the code without permission, and someone had forgotten to write the documentation. This is a peculiar feeling to have inside a game as polished as gold and silver. Everything else in Yoto feels intentional. The tower that only opens at night, the radio signals, the secret room beneath the department store. The developers were obsessed with hiding content on purpose, but the shiny Pokémon were different. They were not hidden behind a puzzle. They were hidden behind probability, and when the official language refused to name them, players could not tell whether they had discovered a secret or tripped over a glitch. You could open the official guidebook, find the page for the Pokémon you had just caught, and see its colors listed exactly as normal. No asterisk, no footnote, nothing in the text that acknowledged the different colored version sitting in your party. At that very moment, that doubt shaped the early years. You can see it in the way people talked. Some players traded their rare catches, convincing themselves the color would not hold, that the game would eventually recognize a mistake and correct it. Others reset their games, thought they had imagined the moment, went back to the grass, and spent hours trying to make the twinkle happen again. And because there was no authoritative word for the phenomenon, the encounter belonged to rumor. It was a story you told after class. It was a screenshot shared on a dial-up forum at 3 in the morning, where the image loaded line by line, and you could not quite tell whether the Pokémon was truly a different color, or whether your monitor was just bad. This is where community language found its power, because a technical document tells you what something is, but a rumor tells you what something feels like. And the fans, scattered across the early internet, were not looking for a clinical definition. They were looking for a word that matched the thing that had happened to them. They looked at the sparkle, they remembered the sound, and they chose the word shiny. It was not a perfect word. Some would argue it does not describe the color at all, since a shiny Pokémon is just as often grey or green or red as it is bright white. But the word was never really about the palette. It was about the behavior of the encounter itself, the way the creature seemed to flash, the way the stars burst outward, the way the sound cut through the Game Boy speaker, the way time slowed down just enough for your brain to register that this was not a normal wild Pokémon. Shiny captured all of that. It was a tiny word, 2 syllables, and yet it held the surprise, the rarity, the jealousy of everyone who did not have one, the years of hunting, the breath you lost when the animation fired. Color Pokémon could never do that. Alternate colored could never do that, but shiny did, and that is why it spread. There is a lesson in this that reaches far beyond Pokémon. Documentation is precise, but precision is not the same as memory. A manual can survive for decades and still be forgotten the moment it is closed. But a word that carries emotion gets repeated. It gets passed from forum to forum, from one generation of players to the next. The official materials could have printed Color Pokémon 100 times, and it still would have lost to the single word shiny, because shiny was not a label, shiny was a memory. Eventually, the franchise caught up. It did not happen immediately. Generation 3 carried the mechanic quietly into the Game Boy Advance, still without a truly stable name in most official materials. Generation 4 brought new tools for those who hunted these creatures, including a breeding method that stacked, a sign that the developers were beginning to treat the phenomenon with real respect. And by the time the series reached Generation 5, the concept had been absorbed into the official structure entirely. The Pokédex no longer treated these creatures as an unexplained anomaly, but as a normalized category. The games gave the phenomenon a place, and in later years, the official world would use the word shiny openly, in items like the shiny charm and in event distribution notices, as if the term had been theirs all along. In a sense, it had been. They created the sparkle. The players just understood it better. Think about how rare that is in a medium this large. A franchise that exerts so much control over its own language, that names every creature and every move and every region, quietly surrendered on this one point. The players decided. And in doing so, they turned an observed oddity into a recognized category. They gave the phenomenon a face and a name, and a place in the canon of collecting. The technical accident became a tradition, not because of what the developers wrote, but because of what the players refused to stop saying. But even as the language settled, the deeper mystery remained untouched beneath it. All those names, color Pokémon, alternate colored shiny, they described the surface. They described the very moment of the encounter, the flash, the sparkle, the sudden change in a creature's skin. None of them described the cause. The games never explained why one Pokémon in 8192 was different. There was no story attached, no legend, no in-game lore whispered about a chosen few. The secret sat somewhere else entirely, buried in the numbers behind the screen, in a truth that had nothing to do with words and everything to do with the quiet arithmetic of a cartridge. And that is where the real history of shiny Pokémoners has always been hiding. Before we dive deeper into this incredible journey, where in the world are you watching this from? Drop a comment below and let our global community know. And if you're finding this as mind-blowing as I am, hit that like button to help more people discover this story. The language problem was only a symptom of a deeper silence, when the games themselves could not settle on as a name for these rare, shimmering creatures. It was partly because the games were not entirely sure what they were looking at. The creatures were not tagged. They were not registered anywhere as a separate species. At the level of the code, a shiny Pokémon was simply a Pokémon whose hidden numbers had lined up in a particular way. And to understand why shininess felt so accidental, so strangely chosen, you have to look at what those numbers actually were. Every Pokémon in Gold and Silver carries hidden values that the player never sees. In the Generation 2 data, these were called determinant values, or DVs for short. They were small numbers ranging from 0 to 15, assigned to 4 core statistics: attack, defense, speed, and special. Those values help shape the Pokémon in quiet ways, how high its stats could reach, whether it would be male or female, and, in the strange case of unknown, even which letter form it would take. The player was never meant to look at these numbers directly. They lived beneath the surface, silently influencing the creature that appeared on the screen. And it was this invisible layer of data that decided shininess. The rule was precise. For a Pokémon to shimmer, its defense DV had to be 10, its speed DV had to be 10, its special DV had to be 10, and its attack DV had to be one of 8 specific values: 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, 11, 14, or 15. Put those constraints together, and you get the odds that would define so many future hunts. 1 in 8192. Now pause and consider what that means. The game did not have a special box of shiny Pokémon. There was no hidden marker set by the developers that said this creature belongs on a rare list. There was no flag planted to mark it as mystical. Shininess was a side effect. It emerged from ordinary data that happened to satisfy a strict test. A Pokémon did not need to be a different kind of creature to glow. It simply needed to be the right role of statistics. It needed numbers that aligned. That is the heart of the original data. A Pokémon could be shiny because of how its values were generated, and not because the game recognized a specially chosen species. When you stepped into the tall grass and a wild Pokémon appeared, the game constructed that Pokémon in an instant. It rolled the attack value, rolled the defense value, rolled the speed value, rolled the special value, and then, almost as an afterthought, it checked one simple condition. If the numbers matched, the game triggered the sparkle at the beginning of the encounter. The game never looked at the creature and declared that it was destined. It looked at the data and declared that the data matched a specific pattern, which means shininess was always a result, never an intention. There was no conscious choice happening behind the screen. Nobody sat inside the Game Boy, looking at one coughing and deciding it deserved a different colour. The Lake of Red Gyarados was red, because its fixed data happened to land on the correct combination. All of the narrative drama around that creature, the strange hostility of the lake, the influence of Team Rocket's radio waves, came after the fact. The data came first. The story was built later to make visible sense of a glimmering accident. And because those values were the determining factor, the Lake of Red Gyarados became something more than a story moment. It became a door. In the original games, players discovered that if you bred that Gyarados, its offspring could inherit some of the same hidden numbers. The red monster was not only a guaranteed shiny, it was also a key that let determined players open a small crack in the system and look at how the data travelled. That is how early shiny hunters began to reverse engineer the rules. They did not read them in a manual, they followed the trail of inherited statistics. All of this is precisely why shininess felt so arbitrary. Even though the result followed strict rules, the rules were absolute. They were deterministic at the moment of encounter. The dice had already been rolled when the Pokémon was generated, but because those values were completely hidden from the player, the moment of discovery appeared to come from nowhere. You walked into the grass, a Pokémon appeared, and the screen shimmered with a light that had no visible cause. Nothing on the summary screen revealed why this one had been chosen. No stat appeared as 10. No label announced the miracle. The game simply sparkled, and the colour was wrong. And when a cause is invisible, the mind makes one up. It feels like luck. It feels like fate. It feels like the game has personally reached out and selected you from all the players in the world. But beneath that feeling of supernatural attention sat a silent and unremarkable formula. The numbers were the secret, and the secrecy came from inaccessibility, not from ancient lore buried in the game's mythology. The games never said that shiny Pokémon were divine gifts. There is no internal legend in gold and silver about a group of blessed creatures painted in alternate colours. The phenomenon had no story attached to it at all. It simply happened, and the only wall between the player and the explanation was a wall of invisible data. You could not open a menu and read the values because the values were never displayed. You could not find an NPC who would explain that the defense value had to be 10 because the NPCs did not even acknowledge that shininess existed. The information was not secret in the sense of being forbidden. It was secret in the sense of being unreadable. And that inaccessibility left little fingerprints all over the system. Consider the strange consequences of tying shininess to attack. In Generation 2, gender was also determined by the attack DV. Most species used that value to decide whether the Pokémon would be male or female. This meant that certain species, with a gender ratio heavily skewed toward male, would never produce a shiny female. A female starter Pokémon, a female Eevee, a female fossil. None of them could be shiny in the original games, not because the developers disliked them, and not because of any story about those creatures. The math simply required a low attack value for a female, and the shiny test required a different attack value. The two conditions could not meet. The result was a line drawn in invisible ink, cutting across the Pokémon world. the same hidden system shaped unknown. That strange alphabet Pokémon used its DVs to determine which letter form it wore, and because the shiny condition imposed its own strict values, not every letter form could appear in a shimmering version. The data decided the shape and the sparkle at the same time, and the results were not woven together to tell a clean story. They were simply the side effects of a system running automatically. These quirks were never explained in-game. They had no narrative justification. They were just evidence that the mechanic was built out of a rigid underlying structure, not out of storytelling. So when you finally look at what the original data revealed, you see a feature that was accidentally elegant and accidentally confusing in equal measure. The shiny Pokémon was not a hero of some hidden myth. It was a product of the same mechanical bones that determined height, weight, gender, and potential. Its only special quality was that its ordinary values happened to align into one narrow combination out of thousands. When that alignment occurred, the game let a little light through the curtains. A sparkle, a different shade, a moment of surprise. And then the game quickly pulled the curtain back, hiding the numbers again, leaving you with nothing but the memory of something rare. But the hidden system did not stay in this shape for long. As the Pokémon games moved forward, the way that data was stored was about to change dramatically. The original DVs would be reworked, the odds would eventually be loosened, and the secret would move into a new kind of number, buried even deeper in the code, waiting for the next generation of players to stumble upon it. There is a version of this story that gets told a lot in Pokémon communities, and it goes something like this. Shiny Pokémon were an accident, a glitch in the code, a fortunate mistake that slipped through development and somehow became the most beloved rarity in the entire franchise. It's a romantic idea. It suggests that the best things in video games are the ones nobody planned. The happy accidents that happen when a system is complex enough to surprise its own creators. And there is a piece of truth buried inside that narrative. The technical foundation of shininess was not a feature designed from the start. It emerged from the way Generation 2 structured its data, the same hidden stat values we have been tracing through these chapters. Values that could align to produce an alternate color, but the popular story leaves something out. It leaves out every decision that came after the system existed, and those decisions are what turned a quirk into a phenomenon. Because here is what the evidence actually shows. When the hidden stat values in gold and silver aligned in a specific pattern, the game displayed a Pokémon in a different color. This was a consequence of the data structure, a byproduct of how the game quantified each creature's individual qualities. But someone at Game Freak noticed it, and more importantly, someone at Game Freak decided to do something with it. The Lake of Rage is not an accident. It is not a random encounter that happened to be written into the story. It is a carefully scripted narrative event placed in the middle of the Yoto adventure, designed to show every single player something extraordinary. A Red Gyarados rampaging in a lake, drawing the attention of the entire region. That is not a development team discovering a quirk. That is a development team taking a quirk and deliberately building a moment around it. This is the distinction that matters when we ask whether Shinies were an accident or a feature. It is the difference between a system creating a possibility and a designer choosing to make that possibility visible. The DV system in Generation 2 created the possibility, an alternate color that could theoretically appear based on the hidden numbers assigned to each Pokémon. But the designers took that possibility and shaped it into a rarity. They set the odds, 1 in 8,192 encounters. They designed the sparkle animation and the flash that announces the encounter. They implemented the sound cue that makes a Shiny's appearance unmistakable. They placed a guaranteed shiny encounter in the story so that every player would experience the moment at least once. None of that is accidental. All of that is deliberate intention layered on top of a technical accident. And we should be careful with that word, accident. It implies something unexpected, unplanned, unforeseen, but the evidence tells us that shininess was understood by the development team. They built systems around it. They wrote code to display the alternate palette in a specific way. They created the animation and the sound. They gave the feature a guaranteed showcase moment embedded in the main narrative. This is not the behavior of a team that stumbled into something and shrugged. This is the behavior of a team that recognized a seed of potential and chose to cultivate it. So where does that leave us? The most credible interpretation sits between the two extremes. Shiny Pokémon were not a pure accident. There is too much deliberate work around them. The presentation, the odds, the scripted encounter, to call them a mere glitch. But they also were not a fully planned feature from the start. In the way that experience points or evolution were planned, there is no indication that Game Freak set out to create a category of alternate coloured Pokémon as a design goal. Instead, the technical systems created the possibility, and the designers turned it into a rarity. Both statements are true, and both are necessary to understand what Shinies really are. This is actually one of the most fascinating aspects of the story, because it reveals something about how features are truly born in game development. A feature does not have to exist in a design document in order to become intentional. It can emerge from the code, half hidden, barely noticed, and then a designer can look at it, see its potential, and decide to make it real. Presentation and placement are everything. An incidental quirk becomes a deliberate experience the moment someone chooses to show it to the player at the right time, in the right way, and that is exactly what happened with the Red Gyarados. Out in the wild, a shiny was an almost mythical occurrence, a 1 in 8,192 chance, assuming you even knew what you were looking at. If you spent enough time in the tall grass, you might eventually stumble across a differently coloured Pokémon, but it could look like almost anything, a slightly different shade of a Pokémon you had already seen 100 times. Would you even notice? Would you know what it meant? The odds were stacked so heavily against you that most players never saw a single random shiny. The Red Gyarados changed that. At the Lake of Rage, the game guaranteed the encounter. It gave every player the same moment, the same sparkle, the same shock of seeing something they had never seen before, and then it let them wonder. What else could be different? What other Pokémon might be hiding in the grass, wearing a different colour? That moment was the turning point. It is the reason we are still talking about shiny Pokémon today, not because the code accidentally made them possible, but because the designers chose to show one to every player. The placement was deliberate, the presentation was deliberate, and once the players saw the Red Gyarados, once they felt that recognition, that thrill, they took over from there, because the final piece is the players. The game made shininess possible. The designers made it into a feature, but the players made it into a phenomenon. They gave it a name, Shiny, inspired by that sparkle animation and the way the light caught the Pokémon's altered form. They started hunting for them, trading them, comparing them. They turned a cosmetic difference into a status symbol. They turned a rare occurrence into a culture with its own vocabulary, its own strategies, its own rituals. And eventually, the franchise followed. The fan-made term slipped into official usage. The odds were adjusted in 2013, doubling the chance of finding a shiny from 1 in 8,192 to 1 in 4,096. New methods were introduced to make hunting more accessible. The feature was refined, expanded, and celebrated in every generation that followed. So when we ask whether shiny Pokémon are an accident or a feature, the honest answer is that they are both. They were born from implementation, from the raw mechanics of a game system that created a possibility nobody fully planned, and they were elevated by player reaction, by millions of players who decided that a different colour was worth chasing, worth protecting, worth treasuring. The accident created the possibility. The designers made it real, and the players made it part of the franchise's identity. And that is where the story stands at this moment in its history. The technical accident became a deliberate rarity. And the deliberate rarity became a community obsession. But a community obsession does not stay still. It demands more. It pushes the developers to respond, to create new methods, new odds, new ways to chase the same thrill. And the way the franchise has handled that pressure, the way shiny hunting has evolved from an obscure secret into a central pillar of the collecting experience, is a story of its own. Whether the shiny phenomenon began as an accident or a deliberate feature was a question that players of 1999 never had the chance to ask. Game Freak had not issued a manifesto about coloured Pokémon. There was no official announcement explaining the sparkle, no press release detailing the odds. There was only the Red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage, staring at every player who reached that moment in gold and silver, its colour impossible to mistake. And for some players, that single glimpse planted a question that would not go away. If this Gyarados could be red, what else could be different? The question was simple. The implications were enormous. The first generation of shiny hunters did not have a name for what they were doing. They had no established communities, no dedicated forums, no accepted methods. The word shiny was still working its way through the vocabulary of the very first online fans. What they had was a suspicion that the Red Gyarados was not the only one. Some of them finished the Lake of Rage sequence and moved on with the story, tucking the memory away as a curiosity. But others took a different path. They stepped back into the tall grass. They started checking. It sounds simple now, checking. In the games of that era, every wild encounter was a binary event. The battle begins, the Pokémon appears, and in the first second you read it. You see the species, you register its colour, and you decide what to do next. For most players, that red was automatic. But for the first hunters, that first second became the entire game. Racing through routes, revisiting caves, chaining encounters without any plan other than to look. They were not training, they were not progressing, they were scanning. They built mental checklists for every species they encountered. Normal is the colour you always see. Different means stop. Different means hold your breath. They leaned forward in their chairs, gripped the plastic of the Game Boy tighter, and let the encounter animation play out just long enough to be certain. One extra second of hesitation, and the Pokémon would flee. One moment of inattention, and the difference would pass unseen. The tension of that process is hard to describe to someone who never lived it. There is a grind to grinding, a rhythm that sits in the repetition. Enter the grass, encounter, check, run, repeat. The game gives you nothing in return, most of the time. Hundreds and hundreds of identical encounters. Pidgey after Pidgey, Rattata after Rattata. The same animations, the same cries, the same first turn, the same escape, the same return to the grass. And yet the possibility persists. This one could be different. This next one could be the one. The routine is almost hypnotic, but underneath it is a trembling edge of anticipation. Because you have never seen evidence that another shiny exists, but you have seen the Red Gyarados. You know the system can produce that, and you have no reason to believe it stopped at one. That suspicion was enough to keep a player in the same patch of grass for an entire afternoon, then an entire weekend, then every free hour of the week after that. The search locations took on a strange mythology. Someone heard that a certain route had better odds. Someone else swore they saw something strange in a specific cave. The rumours had no foundation, most of them, but they spread anyway. Players would spend entire afternoons in one patch of grass, then abandon it for another, based on a story from a friend of a friend. The actual mechanics, hidden deep in the game's data, had nothing to do with location. But the first generation of hunters did not know that. They were working with rumour, instinct, and a desperate hope that they were searching in the right place. Some hunted at night, convinced that the darkness of the Game Boy screen made colours stand out more. Others hunted during the day, convinced that the opposite was true. Nobody knew. Everybody had a theory, and this was happening in an information vacuum. The official materials at the time did not consistently explain what these Pokémon were. Different sources used different language. Some called them color Pokémon. Others used vague descriptions that left more questions than answers. The games themselves contained the Red Gyarados. But even that event was never explained in the narrative. The character who points you toward the Lake of Rage treats the Red Gyarados as a problem to be solved, a rampaging creature to be calmed, not as evidence of a hidden system. But the players were doing their own pattern recognition. Guides began to circulate, some official, most not. Rumors spread in schoolyards and on emerging internet forums. Someone knew someone who had seen a different coloured Pokémon. A friend of a friend had traded for a golden something. The absence of reliable information created a space where stories could grow unchecked. The guidebooks that were supposed to explain the games either ignored the phenomenon entirely or described it with the same hesitant language as the fans. In the absence of answers, the hobbyists became the archive. That is worth pausing on. The first generation of shiny hunters was searching for something the franchise had not yet explained. They had the encouragement of no official terminology. They had no odds posted anywhere. They did not know the probability was 1 in 8,192. They did not know the underlying calculation was tied to hidden stat values. They simply had the Red Gyarados and a persistent feeling that the world contained more than what they had been shown. Their hunt began before the game had fully explained what they were looking for. They were searching on faith, essentially, on rumour, on the strength of a single crimson example. Every additional report was a tiny confirmation. Every story told around a playground or a forum thread made the hunt feel less like a delusion and more like a secret shared by a growing circle of people who had all decided the same thing, that the answer was out there, that they would recognize it when they saw it. The trading stories from that era had the texture of folklore. Players recounting the time they encountered a different coloured Pokémon and killed it by accident. The panic of the moment still vivid even decades later. Players who thought their Game Boy was malfunctioning because the screen had never shown that hue before. Players who reset the game to see if the colour would hold and lost it forever. Players who caught one and were accused of cheating because the official world had no language for what they were holding. The term shiny had not yet become widespread. People called them rare colours or alternates or simply that weird one. The fan community was building a vocabulary in real time, and every new rumour sharpened or complicated it. The trade screen became a stage. Showing off a differently coloured Pokémon was a statement of belonging to a very small club, and being on the receiving end of that trade meant inheriting a proof that words could not always convey. We have to remember that this was pre-social media, pre-streaming. There was no way to broadcast a discovery to the world and verify it. If you found a different coloured Pokémon, you had to convince the people around you. You could show it to a friend who lived down the street. You could bring it to a tournament or a trading event. You could describe it in a forum post and wait for responses, but you could not prove it with a clip. The trust network was slow and shallow, and that made the hunting both lonelier and more compelling, because the possibility of discovering something genuinely unprecedented was real in a way it no longer is. There was always the chance that you, specifically, would be the first person to see a shiny that nobody else had documented, a colour that existed in the data but had never been witnessed. The dream of that moment kept players returning to the grass. Weeks after they had stopped believing the hunt would succeed. The absence of evidence was not proof of absence. It was proof that the search was still open. The grinding was not just about collecting. It was about being in proximity to a secret. The game had never told players to look. The game had not even named the phenomenon. But the players who started checking every encounter were acting on a hunch that the secret was there. They were reading the game's silence as an invitation. And in that way, they were doing something the developers may not have fully anticipated. They were treating the technical rarity as a mystery to be solved, a secret to be uncovered. The possibility of discovery transformed the monotony It made the 10,000 identical encounters feel like a door that could open at any moment. The door rarely opened, but the possibility of it was enough. When it finally did open, for the few who reached that moment, the experience was overwhelming. The glittering sparkle, the different hue, the sudden certainty that this was real. Players who found one in those early years described the moment as something close to disbelief. The body registers it before the mind catches up. A chill, a quickening of pulse. The hands hold the Game Boy tighter. There is a fear that the game will crash, that the device will lose power, that something will intervene before the catch is confirmed. That intensity was not something the game achieved through battle mechanics or story design. It was achieved through scarcity and silence. By not telling players what was possible, the game made the moment of possibility immeasurably greater. The first generation of shiny hunters never knew the full picture. They did not know then that their collective effort would shape the franchise. They did not know that the fan term for these creatures would eventually become the official one, or that the techniques they were pioneering would be refined and documented, or that the odds they discovered through trial and error would one day be printed in official strategy guides. They were just people with a cartridge and a question. They kept checking the tall grass, kept scanning the colours, kept trading stories that grew in the telling. And the longer they searched, the more they realised that the value of these rare creatures was not in what they could do, it was in what they meant. A different colour was proof that the game held more than the surface. It was proof that patience could be rewarded with something inexplicable, and the hunt itself, the routine of it, the possibility woven into it, became its own reward long before the sparkle ever appeared. All that searching, all that patience, all the quiet ritual of checking every new encounter for a shift in colour, for a flash of something unexpected. It built toward a moment that every early shiny hunter hoped to experience at least once. They knew what they were looking for. Even before the community had settled on a name for it, they had learned to watch for the sparkle, the subtle change in palette that told them the creature before them was not quite like the others of its kind. And then, when it finally happened, when the sparkle appeared, and the Pokémon stood before them, in its rare and unusual colours, there was a rush of something close to triumph. They had done it. They had beaten odds that most players would never even seriously attempt. And yet, in the quiet after that moment, the hunters began to notice something. Something that did not diminish the excitement, but that reshaped everything they understood about what they had actually found. That shiny Pokémon was not stronger, it looked different. Certainly, it sparkled when it appeared in the wild. It was undeniably, almost impossibly rare. But when the battle began, when the moves were chosen, and the damage was calculated, it performed exactly like any other Pokémon of its species. The same stats, the same moves, the same typing, the same strengths, the same weaknesses. The only difference was the way it looked. Sit with that for a moment, because it is the most important fact about shiny Pokémon, and it shapes the entire culture that grew around them. A shiny is not a stronger Pokémon, it is a rarer one. The game assigns no combat bonus, no hidden stat multiplier, no special ability to a Pokémon simply because it appears in alternate colours. Shininess is a cosmetic property, a single flag in the creature's data that tells the game to display it differently when it appears in the world. And that one detail, that a Pokémon can be dramatically rarer without being dramatically stronger, dismantles an assumption that most games quietly train us to hold. The assumption that rarity must equal battle superiority. We have been taught this connection everywhere. In most games, the harder something is to find, the more powerful it turns out to be. The hidden boss is tougher than the regular enemies. The legendary sword deals more damage than the everyday one. And Pokémon itself follows that rule in many places. The legendary birds, the mythical creatures, the rare dragon types that appear only once per playthrough. These are both rare and strong, so it is natural almost automatic, for new players to assume that a shiny Pokémon, being one of the rarest experiences the franchise offers, must somehow be an upgraded version of its species, a better form, a perfected creature. But the game quietly refuses to make that connection, and nowhere is that refusal clearer than in the most famous shiny the series has ever shown us. The Red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage, the story encounter that introduced a generation of players to the idea of alternate colouring, is not more powerful than any other Gyarados. It is simply red. It appears during the course story. An angry creature whose unusual colour is part of a narrative about interference and unnatural change. And when you battle it, when you weaken it, when you finally capture it, it is just a Gyarados. The same base stats, the same moves, the same awkward type combination. Its colour does not alter its place in any tier list. And that was the first lesson many players ever received about what a shiny truly is. Think about what this means for the way players value Pokémon. In battle, a Pokémon is measured solely by its performance. Can it outspeed the opponent? Can it survive the hit that matters? Can it deal the damage necessary to win a match? These are functional questions, and they can be answered in numbers. A Pokémon's competitive value lives entirely in those numbers. Its stats, its nature, its ability, its moveset, its held item. And shininess contributes none of that. A serious competitive player does not choose a shiny because it is shiny. They choose the Pokémon with the right nature and the right individual values. The ones that determine whether it is actually good at its job. If a shiny appears during that search with the wrong stats or the wrong nature, the competitive player will box it, or simply let it sit there as a curiosity, a decorative item rather than a combat asset. Because in the world of serious battle, colour does not count. Performance counts. But the social value of a shiny is measured on an entirely different scale. When one player sees a shiny in another trainer's party, they do not ask for its stats. They ask how long the hunt took. They ask whether it was a random encounter or a bred egg. They ask whether the colour variation is the striking one or the subtle one. The value lives in the story, in the ownership, in the shared understanding of what it costs to obtain. A shiny represents time spent, encounters checked, patience stretched thin. It represents luck, either the quiet luck of stumbling upon one or the grinding persistence of a deliberate hunt. And because the game gives no combat advantage to that colour, the value is built entirely on scarcity and ownership, not performance, not power. That separation, the wide distance between what a shiny can do and what a shiny means, is precisely what turns shinies into collectible status symbols rather than upgraded forms. If shininess had come with a stat boost or a special move, the hunt would have served a mechanical purpose. Players would have sought shinies the way they seek powerful legendary Pokémon to make their teams stronger. But because the game grants no such bonus, the shiny hunt became something else entirely, a freely chosen act of devotion, a display of patience and endurance, a form of self-expression. The shiny you carry in your party does not say that you are good at battling. It says that you have spent hours, sometimes days, sometimes months, chasing a single flash of colour. It says that you were willing to accept whatever stats the game gave you, because the colour itself was the reward. And that is the quiet genius of how shinies evolved within the franchise culture. The very thing that made them useless in competition, their purely cosmetic nature, is what made them beloved outside of it. A powerful Pokémon can be obtained through strategy and calculation. Anyone with the right knowledge and enough patience can build a competitive monster. But a shiny cannot be guaranteed by skill. It can only be pursued with persistence and with luck. And the alternate coloured creature that finally appears in front of you is living proof that you committed to the search, that you kept checking, that you kept hoping, that you stayed with the possibility even when the odds pressed against you. So the first generation of shiny hunters, those players who walked through the Johto region and beyond during the generation that introduced these creatures, slowly discovered the truth. The rarity was real. The surprise was real. The sparkle, the flash, the moment of recognition, all of it was real, but the power was never there to begin with. And that, oddly enough, made the achievement feel more personal. The shiny had no mechanical worth. It could not win battles for you. It could not make your team objectively better. It existed only to be seen, to be shown, to be shared. It existed as a marker of something you had done, not something the game had rewarded you with. That understanding changed the way hunting worked. The encounter itself became the point, and as the generations moved forward beyond that first era, the methods for chasing colour began to branch. If a random wild encounter with the base odds was the only path, the hunt would have remained mostly a passive waiting game, a matter of luck and repetition. But players are remarkably inventive when it comes to the things they love, and the search for colour would soon find new pathways, new strategies, and new ways to quietly move the odds in their favour. There was a quiet irony lurking beneath the surface of every shiny Pokémon from Gold and Silver. Rarity, as we've already seen, never meant power. A Red Gyarados turned heads, but it never crushed teams. It was not a better Gyarados. It was simply a different one, and in the original data, that difference came with an invisible cost. A shiny Pokémon in Johto was locked into very specific hidden stat values. To sparkle, a Pokémon needed its defense, speed, and special values to be exactly 10 out of 15, and its attack value had to fall into a narrow, particular set of numbers. Those conditions triggered the alternate colors, but they also placed a hard ceiling on the Pokémon's potential. Defense could never be higher than 10. Speed could never be higher than 10. Special could never be higher than 10. Even the hit points, which were derived from those same values, were permanently capped. So the sparkle and the limitation were written in the same sentence. A shiny was special, yes, but it was also in a quiet way always held back. Nobody asked for that trade. And by the time the franchise moved into its third generation, the trade quietly disappeared. The arrival of Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire in 2003 was a leap in so many visible ways. The world was brighter, the battles were livelier, the Pokémon were more expressive than they had ever been before. But beneath all of that, something far less visible was happening. The games were rebuilding the very definition of what a Pokémon was, on a purely internal level. In Generation 2, a Pokémon was essentially a collection of statistics. Its stats, its moves, its experience, those were the building blocks of its identity, and shininess was a hidden property buried inside those statistics. Generation 3 started fresh. The developers introduced something called the personality value, a single hidden 32-bit number assigned to every single Pokémon at the moment it was created. Whether it appeared in the wild, hatched from an egg, or was handed over by an NPC, it received one. And this one number suddenly governed a remarkable amount of a Pokémon's identity. It decided nature, it decided gender, it decided ability, it decided certain traits that no player could see without digging into the code. And it also decided whether the Pokémon would be shiny. Now here is the part that should sit with us. The player-facing result did not change at all. You still walked through tall grass. You still hoped against hope for a colour mismatch. You still heard that unmistakable sparkling sound effect, and you still froze. The alternate colours were rendered the same way. The sparkle animation played the same way. The odds of encountering a shiny were, at the time, still exactly 1 in 8,192. From the outside, absolutely nothing had changed, but the calculation underneath had been completely rewritten. Shininess was no longer a property of a Pokémon's stats. It was a property of that personality value, combined with two other hidden numbers, the trainer ID of the player who encountered the Pokémon, and something called the secret ID, a second trainer number that was never displayed anywhere on the screen. A player could spend hundreds of hours in Hoenn and never see their own secret ID. It existed only in the save file, completely out of sight. And when those three numbers interacted in just the right way, when a specific mathematical comparison produced a value below a tiny threshold. The game declared the Pokémon shiny. The old machinery was gone, the engine was brand new, and the visible experience was identical. Let's pause on that, because it's worth appreciating. The developers didn't need to make this change. They didn't have to keep the rate the same. They could have adjusted the odds. While they were rewriting the system, they didn't. They carefully preserved 1 in 8,192 as the exact probability of encountering a shiny in the new games. Just as it had been in the old ones, they kept the visual effect faithful. They kept the sound cue faithful. They kept the rarity faithful. But the mechanism underneath was turned upside down. In Generation 2, shininess was tangled up with a Pokémon's battle strength, which is why shiny Pokémon were so often underwhelming in combat. In Generation 3, shininess was tied to a completely independent number. A shiny Pokémon could have any nature, any stats, any quality at all. The very first shiny a player found in Ruby or Sapphire could be the strongest possible version of its species. The ceiling from Johto was gone, and the fact that no one could tell by looking at it. That is what makes this an invisible rewrite. But the rewrite had a human cost. Players had spent years with their gold and silver teams. They had raised Pokémon through the Johto region, completed their Pokédexes, and for a lucky few, caught shinies beyond the famous Red Gyarados. Those Pokémon were beloved. They were companions. And when Ruby and Sapphire arrived, the obvious question became, can they come with us? The answer was complicated. A Game Boy Advance could not trade directly with the Game Boy Color. The two systems were physically incompatible, and the cartridges spoke entirely different languages. The only path forward ran through the GameCube, through Pokémon Colosseum and later Pokémon X-Day, Gale of Darkness. Players could plug their old cartridges into the GameCube's transfer pack, upload their Generation 2 Pokémon into the GameCube world, and then trade them across into the new handheld games. It was a remarkable piece of engineering, and it was also a gamble. When a Pokémon made that crossing, its stats were carried over and translated into the new system, but the personality value was generated fresh at the moment of transfer. And since shininess in the new system was tied to that freshly generated personality value, the outcome was never guaranteed. A beloved shiny from Johto could cross in Hoenn and arrive completely ordinary. The alternate colours could vanish in transit, not because of any error, but simply because the new math didn't line up. Worse, the reverse could happen. A Pokémon that had never sparkled a single day in its life could arrive in Ruby or Sapphire suddenly, inexplicably shiny. The player didn't get a say in any of it. The sparkle was not carried over like a possession. It was recalculated, and the calculation was completely invisible to the person holding the controller. This is the moment where the deeper truth finally becomes visible. A shiny Pokémon is not a special sprite that the developers carefully recolored and locked away in a vault. It is a hidden identity. The sprite you see, the alternate color, the sparkle, the sound effect, that is all just the output. The real thing lives beneath, in the numbers. In Generation 2, the identity was buried inside the statistics, which is why a shiny's quality was always constrained. In Generation 3, the identity moved to the personality value, and the calculation reached across to the player's own hidden numbers. Your trainer ID, your secret ID, numbers you were never shown, but that defined the relationship between you and that specific Pokémon. To preserve a shiny across a generational boundary, you couldn't just preserve the pixels. You had to preserve the hidden identity that generated them. That is why the rewrite had to be invisible. The developers had to keep producing the same sparkle, the same sound, the same impossible rarity, while the entire foundation underneath was replaced. And once you understand that, the whole story of shiny Pokémon changes shape. The sparkle was never about colour. It was always about the number underneath the colour. And numbers, unlike sprites, are not mysterious forever. They can be read. They can be understood. They can even be predicted. For years, The fan community had been hoping to encounter Shinies through pure luck, walking through grass over and over, chasing a 1 in 8,192 chance. But now, the architecture of the personality value was out in the open. The system had been designed to hide shininess deep inside its machinery. But that machinery could be studied. The hunt was no longer just a matter of waiting for fate. It was becoming a matter of understanding the calculations itself and figuring out how to bend it. The invisible system that had so carefully concealed the identity of every shiny Pokémon was about to be cracked wide open. The shift into the third generation changed more than just the internal wiring. It changed what a shiny could mean to the person holding it. For the first couple of generations, a shiny Pokémon was a private event. You saw the sparkle, you caught the creature, and you had a story that only you could tell. But the games were built around a different kind of magic. They were built around the link cable and the quiet ceremony of trading. That is where the true transformation happened. A shiny Pokémon was no longer just a secret between you and your cartridge. It was becoming a portable possession, something that could be lifted out of your world and placed into someone else's. Imagine the scene. You are sitting on a carpet in a living room somewhere in the late 1990s or the early 2000s. Two screens are glowing, connected by a thick cable that feels more important than it looks. You have a Pokémon on your screen that you know is different. Perhaps it is a golden Magikarp or a pink Clefairy. Maybe it is something you found after hours of wandering through tall grass. Checking every single encounter with a held breath. The other player offers a trade. They want that unusual colour. They do not have one of their own. And in that moment, you have to decide what it is worth. The act of trading was always the heart of the Pokémon experience. But with Shinies, it gained a new weight. Before, trading was about completing a Pokédex or getting a version exclusive. You wanted the Pokémon you could not catch yourself. Everything was fairly balanced. But a shiny was different. It was not a version exclusive. It was not a piece of a collection that you could simply go out and find with enough patience. It was a lottery ticket that you had already scratched, and the prize was something nobody else at the table had. When you traded a shiny, you were not just moving data from one cartridge to another. You were transferring a memory. You were handing over the story of the encounter, the location, the number of resets, the moment of disbelief. And once it left your hands, it was gone. There was no way to prove you had ever owned it. There was no certificate, no ribbon, no mark that said this Pokémon had been yours. The only evidence was your word and the Pokémon itself, now living in someone else's care. This is where the value started to shift. A shiny that stayed in your own game was a personal treasure. It was meaningful to you, but it was invisible to everyone else. It could sit in your box for years, and the only person who would ever know it was special was you. But a shiny that could be traded was something else entirely. It became a display piece. It could be shown off in a friend's game, offered up in a trade negotiation, or used as proof that you were a serious collector. The rarity was no longer just about the odds of finding it. It was about the social proof of having it and the willingness of others to acknowledge it. Trading made shinies legible. It gave them a shared language. When you traded a shiny, you were not just sending a Pokémon with different colours. You were sending a signal. It said that you had done the work, that you had endured the grind to catch something that most players would never see. And the person on the other side of the cable understood that signal immediately. They did not need you to explain what they were looking at. The sparkle animation, the unusual palette, the sheer improbability of it, all of that was embedded in the creature itself. But the link cable opened a door that was not entirely comfortable. If a shiny could be traded, it could also be copied. It could be duplicated. It could be cloned. And that is where the anxiety began to creep in. In the early generations, games were not perfect. There were glitches that allowed players to duplicate Pokémon, and those glitches spread through playgrounds and fan communities like whispered secrets. Suddenly, A shiny was not necessarily a mark of effort. It could be a fake, a clone, a creature that had been reproduced in a way that the game designers never intended. How could you tell the difference? The Pokémon itself was identical. It had the same sparkle, the same colors, the same stats. There was no visible stamp that separated an honest shiny from a duplicated one. This created a strange and uncomfortable dilemma. The value of a shiny had always rested on its rarity. It was precious because it was improbable. It was precious because the odds were 1 in 8,192. But if a shiny could be copied, then the rarity was an illusion. A clone was not rare. A clone was the exact opposite of rare. It was a manufactured object, a thing that could be reproduced endlessly if you knew the right trick. And yet it looked exactly like the real thing. It sparkled exactly like the real thing. It was indistinguishable from the real thing, except for its history. And history is not something you can see on a screen. This is the first major collector dilemma in the history of shiny Pokémon. Is rarity valuable if its origin cannot be trusted? If you trade for a shiny that you cannot verify, are you actually holding a treasure? Or are you holding a copy of someone else's treasure? The Pokémon itself does not answer that question. It just sits in your party and sparkles when it appears in battle. The doubt is yours to carry, and the doubt did not go away with time. As the games moved forward, the mechanisms for legitimacy became more complex. The games began to track where a Pokémon was caught, what level it was, whether it had been bred, whether it had been transferred from an older game. These markers were supposed to be proof of authenticity. They were supposed to tell you that a shiny was genuinely rare, genuinely lived, genuinely earned. But the community has always found ways to work around those markers, and the fear of the illegitimate shiny has never fully disappeared. What is interesting is how much this anxiety shaped the culture. You start to see players asking for proof. They want to know the OT, the original trainer name. They want to see the ID number. They want to know the catch date, the met location, the obedience level. They ask these questions not because they are suspicious by nature, but because the history of cloning taught them that appearances can be deceiving. A Pokémon can look perfect and still be the product of a glitch. A Pokémon can be suspiciously perfect because it was manufactured, not found. The concept of the suspiciously perfect specimen is a fascinating one. Think about what that means. A naturally caught shiny has a kind of messiness to it. It was found in a specific place, at a specific time, often with imperfect stats or a nature that is not ideal. It is a product of chance, and chance does not care about optimization. It gives you whatever it gives you. But a cloned shiny is a different creature. It is a copy, and because it is a copy, it is often tied to careful breeding and manipulation. It might have perfect stats. It might have the ideal nature. It might be everything a competitive player would want. And that perfection is exactly what makes people look twice. This is a strange inversion. In most fields, perfection is the goal. You want the best version of something, the highest quality, the optimal outcome. But in the world of rare collectibles, perfection can be a red flag. A shiny with flawless stats is more likely to be a product of manipulation, because the odds of finding a natural shiny with perfect stats are almost incomprehensibly small. The imperfection is what makes something feel real. The flaw is the signature of authenticity. So you have this tension. A shiny is valuable because it is rare, but when it is traded, it becomes subject to suspicion. The more valuable it is, the more you have to ask whether it is legitimate. And the more you ask about legitimacy, the more you realize that you might never have an answer. The game does not tell you the whole story of a Pokémon. It gives you a few details, a few data points, but the full history is lost. You cannot verify that the person who traded it to you was the person who caught it. You cannot verify that it was not cloned in some dark corner of the internet. You can only choose to trust it or not. This dilemma has never been resolved. Even as the games have added more safeguards and more tracking systems, the shadow of the clone has remained. There is always a way to make a shiny look real. There is always a way to hide its origins. and so collectors are left with a choice. They can accept the shiny at face value and enjoy it for what it appears to be, or they can chase a standard of authenticity that might always be just out of reach. What trading really gave shiny Pokémon was a social dimension that the designers probably did not anticipate. They built a mechanic for connectivity, a way for players to exchange creatures across the link cable. They did not build a system for verifying the purity of a rare encounter. They did not build a database that tracked every shiny and stamped it with a seal of approval. They built a world that trusted its players, and the players responded by finding ways to break that trust, and then by inventing elaborate rituals to restore it. And yet, despite all of this, trading did something wonderful for the shiny. It made it portable. It made it possible for a creature to leave the cartridge where it was born and travel into a new game, and then another and another. This was not always easy. There were compatibility walls between generations, transfer methods that were confusing, and many shinies were left behind by players who did not want to risk losing them in the migration process. But the ones that made the journey carried something with them. They carried the memory of all the places they had been, all the games they had lived through. A shiny from the second generation could, with the right steps, find its way into a modern game. It would be older, perhaps a little battered by time, but it would still sparkle. It would still announce itself with that familiar flash. It would still be the same creature that was caught decades ago by a player who is probably older now, maybe with a different life, maybe with different responsibilities. And that is the strange magic of the portable possession. It preserves a moment. It lets you carry a piece of your past into your future, and it lets you share that piece with someone else. The value of a shiny, then, is not really about the odds. It is not about the math of probability or the sparkle animation. It is about what it means to hold a thing that is rare, that is yours, that has a story. And when you trade it away, you are not just losing a Pokémon, you are losing a part of that story. Unless, of course, you are the one receiving it. Then you are gaining a story that was never yours, a history that you will never fully know, and a creature that you will spend the rest of your time together wondering about. The link cable was never supposed to create this kind of complexity. It was supposed to be simple. You trade a Pokémon, you get a Pokémon, everyone is happy. But the shiny changed the equation. It made the exchange meaningful, and it made the doubt inevitable. It turned a simple transaction into a question that collectors have been asking ever since. Can you really trust what you hold? And is it worth anything if you cannot answer with certainty? That question follows the shiny through every generation, through every transfer, through every trade, and it lingers, like the sparkle itself, just long enough to make you wonder what you actually possess. When you traded a shiny Pokémon, you proved you owned it. The sparkle travelled with it through the link cable, and then it sat in your party like a badge, a portable treasure that could be shown to friends, exchanged for other rarities, and carried forward into games you had not even bought yet. But there was a limit to that kind of possession. You could receive a shiny from someone else. You could stumble upon one in the tall grass, but you could not decide to have one, not through any action of your own. At least, not yet. The same generation that introduced shiny Pokémon introduced something quieter. Something that would eventually change the very nature of the hunt: breeding. In Pokémon Gold and Silver, players could leave two compatible Pokémon at the daycare, and after a while they would find an egg waiting for them. That egg would hatch into a new individual. On the surface, this was a system for getting more Pokémon, for passing down moves, for filling out the Pokédex. But beneath the surface, something else was happening. Every egg was a brand new set of hidden numbers, generated fresh at the moment the egg appeared. And those hidden numbers were exactly what decided whether a Pokémon would sparkle. At first, no one thought of breeding as a way to hunt shinies. The odds were the same as a wild encounter, 1 in 8,192. If anything, hatching an egg was slower than walking through grass. You had to wait for the daycare to produce the egg. Then you had to walk thousands of steps before it hatched. The little egg trembling in your party. And even then, you were still staring down the same 8,000 to 1. But players began to notice something important. When you bred, you were not searching through an endless open world. You were not wondering which species might leap out of the grass, or whether a rare encounter would happen at all. You chose the parents, you chose the species, and then you produced as many offspring as your patience could hold. The randomness did not disappear, but it was contained. This was the first time a player could search for a shiny systematically. Instead of wandering, you could work. Instead of relying on a wild encounter that might never come, you could manufacture one attempt after another, a long line of identical eggs, each one a fresh roll of the same invisible dice. The hunt had quietly moved from the open world into a routine, and that routine created an entirely different kind of suspense. With a wild encounter, the surprise was sudden. The grass shakes, the battle begins, and there it is, or there it is not. The question is answered in a split second, and the feeling is either a scream of disbelief or a quiet shrug as you move on. But an egg made the anticipation stretch. You knew exactly what would hatch. You knew the species. You knew the cry. You knew the little animation of the Pokémon shaking itself awake. The only unknown was the color, so every single hatching carried the same question, asked over and over for hours, and then for days, and sometimes for weeks. The suspense was not in a single moment of discovery. It was in the accumulation. 50 eggs, 100 eggs, 300 eggs, each one a small hope, confirmed or denied in a burst of light. And the cycle continued, because every denial only brought you closer to the next attempt, and the next, and the next. This was labor, repetitive, deliberate labor. Players developed routes. They walked back and forth in front of the daycare until their feet found the rhythm on their own. The same strip of ground, worn familiar by countless identical laps. They filled their parties with Pokémon whose abilities sped up the hatching process. They built a quiet, almost meditative routine. Collect the egg, run the route, hatch the egg, check the color, release the ordinary ones, repeat. It was grinding in the purest sense, but it was grinding with direction. Every step moved you toward a goal you had chosen, not a goal the game had assigned. Every egg was a deliberate act of pursuit, and inside that pursuit, shininess began to shift its meaning. A shiny was no longer only something you found. It was something you hunted, something you could pursue with a method. The method even acquired a name. The Masuda Method, named after Game Freak director Junichi Masuda, describes what happens when you breed two Pokémon originating from games set to different languages. The chance of a shiny offspring multiplies dramatically. In the generation where the technique became significant, the odds jump from roughly 1 in 8,000 to closer to 1 in 1,300. The exact numbers would shift in later games, but the principle remained. By choosing your parents carefully, by trading for a foreign Pokémon, by learning the hidden systems, you could bend probability in your favor, and the community recognized it, named it, and adopted it as the standard way to hunt. What had once been a stroke of luck became a project. A player could now say, "Not I hope I find one someday, but I am going to breed one." And that change rippled outward through the entire culture of the games. Shinies that came from eggs carried a different weight than shinies found in the wild. Not a mechanical weight, because a shiny was still a shiny, a different palette with a sparkle, but the effort was visible in the creature itself. Thousands of steps, hundreds of rejections, the patient repetition of an almost hypnotic routine. All of it became part of the Pokémon story. The hunt had become a discipline, and the discipline had become part of the reward. Breeding did not replace the wild hunt. The flash of colour in the grass was still a thrill, and plenty of players never touched a daycare at all. But the existence of the method changed the culture. It meant that rarity could be pursued deliberately. It meant that dedication could be converted into probability. and it meant that the long, repetitive labor of hatching eggs was not wasted time, but investment. As this method took hold, as more and more players around the world began to breed their shinies into existence, the games themselves were watching. The numbers would not stay fixed forever, and the odds, once set so firmly at 1 in 8,000, would eventually be rewritten in response to the very community that had grown up around the hunt. There was something quietly deliberate about hatching an egg in Pokémon, the walk, the waiting. The moment the egg trembled, once, then twice, then split open with a soft sound that never quite startled you, because by then you had heard it hundreds of times. You hatched an egg, and the Pokémon appeared, ordinary or not, and you checked it, and then you released it or kept it, and then you reached for the next egg in your party. Breeding had already changed what it meant to search for a shiny Pokémon. Before breeding, the hunt was tied to the encounter itself. You walked through tall grass, or through a cave, or across a stretch of water, and every wild battle carried a tiny hidden chance of something different. But you could not choose which Pokémon you met. You could not aim. You simply presented yourself to the world and asked the game to surprise you. Breeding gave the player a different kind of power. You chose the parents. You chose the species, the moves, the nature, the timing. You created the conditions for a Pokémon to exist at all. And then you hatched that Pokémon into the light and looked at it closely, the way you would inspect a photograph that had just finished developing. The egg itself held no clues. The shiny status of the Pokémon inside was decided the moment the daycare attendant handed the egg to you. But the game did not tell you that. There was no way to know. Every egg was a sealed promise, and the only way to discover what it held was to carry it and care for it and wait for it to hatch. That waiting was the new shape of the hunt. You could spend an afternoon circling the same route, the bicycle wheels turning beneath you, the music looping in the background, the same movement repeated until it faded into rhythm. Some players found the routine meditative, others found it unbearable. But everyone who bred for shinies understood that the hunt was no longer about being surprised. It was about enduring. And still, in the early generations, endurance was not enough to change the odds. Each egg carried the same 1 in 8,192 chance as any wild encounter. You could hatch 1,000 eggs, and the 1,000th egg was just as likely to be ordinary as the first. Breeding made the search systematic, but it did not make it smarter. Then came Generation 4, and with it, a discovery that did not arrive through official channels. The games themselves never mentioned it. There was no character who told you about it, no item that activated it, no entry in the Pokédex that even hinted at it. But players who used the new global trade station began to bring Pokémon home from other countries. A Japanese Ditto, a French Ponyta, a German Magikarp. Pokémon from games that used different languages carried a small mark within their data, a language tag, a piece of information you could see only by opening the summary screen and looking carefully at the little letters printed beside the Pokémon's origin. Trading over the global trade station was itself an act of trust. You would deposit a Pokémon, ask for something in return, and wait to see what arrived. Sometimes the other player was generous. Sometimes they asked for impossible things. But slowly, the foreign Pokémon began to accumulate in boxes and in storage systems, each one carrying a tiny piece of another world, different language, a different game cartridge, a different player's story. And then the pattern appeared. Players who bred 2 Pokémon from games with different languages began to report shinies. Then players who bred 2 Pokémon from the same language. The reports were anecdotal at first, the kind of rumour that spreads through forums and chat rooms and dies just as quickly. But the reports did not die, they multiplied. And eventually, the community gave the method a name. It was called the Masuda Method, after Junichi Masuda, the director at Game Freak, who would eventually confirm that the technique was real. The official games had never explained it. It was the players who had found it, and the players who had refined it, and the players who had learned to trust it, even though the game itself refused to acknowledge it. Now the exact odds improved, but they did not become generous. The base rate was 1 in 8,192. The Masuda method lowered that to roughly 1 in 1,600. Later generations would lower it again, but at the time, that was the gift. 4 or 5 times more likely. Not 4 or 5 times likely, just less impossible. And this is where the method revealed its true effect. Because 1 in 1,600 is still a harsh number. It means that most players will hatch hundreds of eggs without success. It means that a significant number of players will hatch over 1,000 eggs and find nothing. It means that the average player who commits to the method will spend days or weeks or sometimes months repeating the same actions and will still not be guaranteed a single shiny Pokémon. The Masuda method did not make a shiny remotely common. It never could. What it did was make the miracle feel reachable. That changed the psychology of the hunt in a profound way. Before the method, a player hunting for a shiny was waiting. They were hoping. They were wandering through grass and wondering if, tonight perhaps, the game might choose them. The Red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage had demonstrated that shinies could exist in the story. But it was a scripted moment, a gift. A true shiny was a lottery. You bought your tickets by playing, but you had no influence over the draw. The Masuda method replaced waiting with procedure. You no longer hoped for the game to choose you. You built the conditions for the choice. You selected your 2 parents. You made sure one of them spoke a different language. You placed them in the daycare, and you began to collect eggs, and you filled your boxes, and you rode your bicycle along the same path until each egg hatched, and you checked, and you released, and you started again. Every cycle was small. Every cycle was identical, but every cycle was also yours. You were no longer standing at the edge of a miracle, watching the sky for a sign. You were building a process, and enduring the process was the price of admission. Some players kept count. They wrote down how many eggs they had hatched or stored them in boxes, each box representing 30 attempts, each full box a small monument to persistence. They calculated their probability as they went. And the number always climbed, always approaching, but never quite reaching certainty, hovering near 100% without ever touching it. Others abandoned counting and simply kept moving because the counting made the waiting visible, and the visible waiting was harder to bear. And it was in this period that shiny hunting became professionalized. It had started as a rumor, a strange possibility. It became a methodology. Players began to share their results with precise numbers, and the community developed a quiet respect for those who had endured the longest hunts. The question was no longer, did you find one? The question was, how many eggs? And the answer was a number that carried weight. 100 eggs was a beginning. 500 was serious. 1,000 was a story you told with a certain solemn pride. The Masuda method was the turning point because it made shiny hunting a craft. You could plan it, you could prepare for it, you could fail at it, and fail again, and fail 100 times. And still the process remained. The hunt was no longer a superstition. It was no longer purely a matter of luck. It was a discipline with tools and rules and a shared language. The players who adopted it were no longer asking the universe for a favor. They were putting in the work. And what did the shiny Pokémon itself hide through all of this? Not a secret, not a power, not a message hidden in the code. It hid the work. When a player hatched a shiny Pokémon from a foreign parent, the game showed only a sparkle and a color change. But behind that sparkle was every ordinary hatch, every released hatchling, every long bicycle ride, every moment of doubt that had been refused. The shiny was still just a color difference, but the meaning it carried was built entirely by the person who had endured the process. That was the Masuda method, not a cheat, not an exploit, not even a gift. It was a door opened by the community that allowed players to trade the fantasy of luck for the comfort of labor. It would not be the last door. The games would continue to change, the odds would continue to shift, and the community would continue to find new ways to turn a hidden mechanic into a personal challenge. But for the players standing outside the daycare in Sinnoh, hatching egg after egg in the long, quiet hours, the method had already changed everything. The miracle was still rare, but for the first time, you could build a road toward it. The Masuda Method was a breakthrough, but even with those improved odds, the hunt stayed stubbornly slow. A player could hatch hundreds of eggs and still come away with nothing but a full box of perfectly ordinary Pokémon. So the people who wanted shinies most began to do something quiet and methodical. They started counting. It began with notebooks. A hunter would sit down with a fresh cartridge and a spiral notebook, and after every soft reset, they made a tally mark. After every hatched egg, another mark. They recorded encounters, hatches, streaks, and failed attempts. They wrote down the date, the game, the method, the exact spot where the route ended. Some went further and tracked how many hours it took, how many batteries drained, how many times the day had already slipped into night before a single sparkle appeared. The failures were logged with the same care as the successes, sometimes with more care, because the failures were so much more numerous. There was a rhythm to it, the same route, the same patch of grass, the same press of a button. Hunters spoke about developing muscle memory for the encounter, about the way the opening jingle settled into the background of their attention. The counting kept them honest. It marked time in a way that the game never would, and soon the notebooks were not enough. The community discovered that a tally alone could not tell them what they wanted to know. They wanted to know not just how many encounters they had survived, but what that number meant. So spreadsheets appeared, columns for dates, columns for counts, formulas that turned raw totals into percentages. Probability calculators followed, simple tools where you entered the odds and your encounter count. And the calculator told you the chance that you should have found a shiny by now. The math was unforgiving. At the original rate of 1 in 8,192, 1,000 encounters gave you only about an 11.5% chance of seeing a shiny. Even a full run of 8,192 encounters left a 37% chance of still coming up empty. Later generations doubled the odds, and in 4,096, which sounded generous until you realized that 1,000 encounters still only gave you about a 22% chance, and 4,096 encounters still only gave you about a 63% chance of having found one. The calculators made the hidden system legible. They transformed a raw number into a set of expectations, boundaries, horizons. A hunter could look at a probability curve and see where they stood in the long climb toward the odds. And there is a particular feeling attached to passing the number where the odds say the shiny should have appeared. An odd mixture of exhaustion and stubbornness that settled in when a hunter went far beyond the expected rate. The calculators could not prevent that feeling, but they did explain it. They showed that every encounter is independent, that the game holds no memory of the ones that came before. The probability of a shiny on the next encounter is exactly the same as it was on the first. The curve never bends in your favor. It never acknowledges your patience. And that knowledge, uncomfortable as it was, became part of the hunter's toolkit. The games themselves never once explained any of this. No in-game menu, no Pokédex entry, no official manual revealed the shiny rate. The silence from the company was total. The very word shiny came from the players themselves, not from any official source. Game Freak introduced a Red Gyarados in the story of Gold and Silver, and players could catch it, but the game never said why it was red. It was simply presented as a strange occurrence, a narrative oddity without annotation. In early generations, the very existence of shiny Pokémon passed through the community almost like folklore, confirmed partly through rumour and partly through the unforgettable shock of an unexpected sparkle. The official materials were silent on the subject, and that silence shaped everything that followed. The community filled the void. Guides appeared across the internet, Careful documents that explain the mechanics in plain speech. Videos followed, hundreds of them. Screen recordings of hunts underway. Narration overlaid to describe the method step by step. These resources taught a casual player how to chase a shiny without feeling lost. And they taught the more obsessive hunters how to refine their approach. Through collective testing, players confirmed the specifics of the Masuda Method, the way a Pokémon from a foreign language game could bend the odds. They identified which techniques actually worked and which were merely habit. They data mined the games to find the values hidden inside the save file, the calculations that decided whether a given creature would shimmer or stay ordinary. Nothing about the methodology was secret, but it was not handed down from above either. It came from replication. Someone in Japan would post a finding on a message board, and someone in Brazil or Germany would test it and post their own data, and slowly the numbers stabilized into accepted fact. The community did not need a developer's blog or an official strategy guide. They needed each other. And because the official channel never said a word, this community expertise became the truth that mattered. When a new generation launched, the community did not wait for a statement from the developers. They ran their own tests, processed their own data, and published their own conclusions within weeks. What is easy to forget, looking back at all those graphs and trackers, is what the records were actually made of. Repetition, disappointment, a document of failure. The shiny hunting culture became a grassroots research project built around repeated disappointment. Every spreadsheet had a long column of no. Every video had hundreds of cut encounters that ended in normal green or blue or brown. The people who kept these records were not tracking victories. They were tracking the before, the drought, the silence that preceded a singular moment of color. The methodology was a way of enduring that silence. When a hunter logged their 10,000th encounter with nothing to show, the log itself was the acknowledgement that they were still in the game. The boxes in the Pokémon storage system became their own kind of ledger. Row after row of hatched Brejects, normal coloured, all showing the same species, the same nature, the same moves. Releasing them was a ritual that marked another stretch of emptiness. Still, the hunter drew the next egg from the daycare, because the act of counting had turned the hunt into a research question, and research questions are not abandoned at the first setback. Disappointment did not end the research, it fueled it. The act of recording transformed each empty encounter from a meaningless failure into a data point, a necessary part of a larger structure, a step on a path defined by the odds themselves. And maybe that is the deepest thing about the culture that formed around Shinies. The community took a mechanic that existed only to be rare and turned it into something rigorous, generous, and relentless, all for a palette swap, a different hue, a shift in saturation, a cosmetic difference with no battle advantage. And yet the science they built was real. The odds they calculated were accurate. The guidance they shared was sound. They had taken a hidden system and made it legible through sheer persistence. The question that remains is why? Why did a mere colour variation inspire this much organised effort? Why did thousands of players spend hours documenting their own failures just to understand a number that the games refuse to print? Perhaps because rarity itself changes how the mind attends to the world. When something is nearly impossible to find, the search becomes the experience. And in that search, every ordinary encounter becomes part of a longer pattern. A pattern that the community taught itself to read. There is a certain rhythm that settles in during a long hunt. The thousands of ordinary encounters become a kind of quiet routine. The same patches of grass, the same caves, the same fishing spots. Each encounter begins with a familiar pulse of anticipation that fades almost immediately when the colours are wrong. And for most of the hunt, the colours are always wrong. But the rhythm is the thing. It is a slow, steady heartbeat that keeps the hunter moving forward, even when the mind begins to doubt. The community had built its science. Spreadsheets with meticulous counts, probability calculators, encounter timers, and guides that explained exactly how the games decided what to show you. But a spreadsheet does not feel the weight. A probability calculator does not grow tired at 2 in the morning. The science could describe the odds, but it could not carry the emotional weight of a hunt that had stretched into weeks. That weight belonged to the individual, and the individual had to learn, over and over again, that failure in a shiny hunt is not the same as failure in anything else. Let us be clear about what a losing streak actually means in this context. Every ordinary encounter is a roll of the dice. In the modern games, the base of a shiny is 1 in 4,096. That means for every shiny you see, you will statistically pass through thousands of non-shiny encounters first. Those thousands are not mistakes. They are not wasted moments. They are the expected path. The shiny is not the reward for enduring the failures. The shiny is the conclusion that becomes possible because of them. But the emotional rhythm of thousands of ordinary encounters, followed by one extraordinary result, is a strange thing to live through. The ordinary encounters blur together, a Pidgey here, a Rattata there, a Geodude that refuses to stop appearing. You learn the animations by heart. You can predict the cry before it happens. The sparkle of a shiny encounter is so visually and audibly distinct that your brain registers it instantly, even in the corner of your eye. After thousands of dry encounters, that sparkle arrives like a sudden break in a long grey sky. And the relief is not just about getting what you wanted. It is about the breaking of the routine, the proof that the hours were not meaningless. This is why failure does not erase progress in a hunt. It becomes evidence of persistence. Every ordinary encounter is a data point. Every dry patch of grass is a step along a distribution curve that guarantees nothing but makes everything possible. The hunter who hatches 9,000 eggs without a shiny is not doing something wrong. They are simply standing on the long side of probability. And when the shiny finally arrives on egg number 9001, that encounter contains all the weight of the 9,000 before it. The ordinary encounters gave the extraordinary one its meaning. There is a contrast here between statistical averages and individual experience. The average shiny hunt might take a certain number of encounters. The math is clean and predictable. It tells you that most hunts will end within a reasonable window, but the math cannot tell you when your specific hunt will end. A hunt can end immediately, with a shiny on the very first encounter, a gift of impossible luck that feels almost surreal, or it can continue indefinitely, stretching past double the odds, past triple the odds, into a territory where the numbers feel personal, almost vindictive. Both experiences are real, both experiences happen to real people, and neither experience invalidates the other. This is the part of shiny hunting that no system can fully explain. The science of the community made the hidden mechanics legible. It turned a mysterious occurrence into a measurable pursuit, but the individual experience remains stubbornly personal. There is no spreadsheet that can capture the feeling of checking one more patch of grass after 100 hours. There is no calculator that can weigh the specific ache of seeing the wrong colours again and again. The statistics describe the hunt, they do not define it. And this is why the rarest success stories often begin with an apparently impossible losing streak. The longest hunts become the most memorable hunts. A shiny that appears on the first encounter is a wonderful surprise, but it is a story without tension. It is a single beat. A shiny that appears after 20,000 encounters, after months of searching, after the hunter had almost given up, is a story with a shape. It has a beginning, a long middle of doubt, and an ending that feels earned. The community records these long hunts with a kind of reverence. The numbers are not embarrassing, they are badges. They are proof that the hunter refused to let the probability break them. Think about the psychology of that for a moment. When a hunt goes on too long, the hunter begins to wonder if they are doing something wrong. They double-check the method. They count their encounters again. They ask the community for confirmation that the odds are still what they think they are. and the community responds with encouragement. Because they understand that the game has not turned against you. The game does not know you are looking. The game is simply running its numbers. A long streak of ordinary encounters is not a sign that you are cursed. It is a sign that you are still in the hunt. The moment you stop hunting, the odds become 0. The moment you continue, the next encounter carries the same chance as the first. There is a strange beauty in that. The longest failure becomes the story. The hunt that refuses to end is the one that people remember. The hunter who finally breaks through after an unimaginable streak does not tell that story with frustration in their voice. They tell it with pride. The ordeal was the point. The struggle gave the result its weight. If every shiny were easy to find, if every hunt ended within a handful of encounters, the concept would lose its power. The rarity and the difficulty are not bugs in the system. They are the entire reason the hunt means something. When you watch videos of these long hunts, you see the emotional arc play out in real time. The early enthusiasm, the middle grind, the late desperation, and then, often when the hunter has stopped expecting anything, the sparkle cuts through the monotony like lightning. The scream of joy is not just relief, it is the release of all the accumulated tension from thousands of ordinary encounters. It is the emotional payoff that only exists because of the losing streak that came before it. This is what the numbers can never fully convey. The probability is 1 in 4,096. But the experience is a journey through monotony, doubt, frustration, and stubborn hope. The encounter itself is a single moment. The story is everything that happened before it. And as the community grew, these stories became a kind of shared folklore. The longest hunts were not hidden away in shame. They were posted, celebrated, and immortalized. A hunter who took 40,000 encounters to find a shiny had not lost. They had made a contribution to the collective understanding of what a hunt could demand. Their losing streak was not a failure. It was a record. It was evidence that the system, for all its cold mathematics, could still produce an individual story worth telling. The games themselves never ask this of you. There is no quest marker for a shiny. There is no achievement that unlocks when you have suffered enough. The hunt is entirely self-imposed, and that makes the persistence even more remarkable. The player creates their own goal, sets their own pace, and endures their own doubt. The game simply provides the quiet background of ordinary encounters. It is the hunter who turns those ordinary encounters into a narrative. So when we look at the longest failure becoming the story, we are really looking at how players transform a random number generator into a meaningful experience. The science told them how it worked. The community gave them the tools to measure it, but the individual had to live it. And living it meant accepting that the losing streak was not the opposite of success. It was the path to it. The thousands of ordinary encounters were not a wall between the hunter and the shiny. They were the bridge. And that bridge leads somewhere interesting, because the longer the community hunted, the more they began to notice patterns in their own behavior. The way they spoke about their hunts, the language they used, the rituals they developed to keep themselves going. The emotional rhythm of the hunt began to feel like something larger than a single shiny. It felt like a reflection of how players relate to the games themselves. The patience, the persistence, the willingness to engage with a system that gives no guarantees. That is the quiet undercurrent that connects every hunt. And it is a current that runs deeper than just the search for a different color. It is a way of playing that turns the ordinary into the extraordinary. I hope you're as amazed by this as I am. If you want to stay updated on more content like this, make sure to subscribe and join our community of curious minds. Trust me, what's coming next will challenge everything you thought you knew. There is a moment every dedicated hunter knows. The moment when persistence finally pays off. After 10,000 encounters, or 20,000 or more, the ordinary suddenly becomes extraordinary. The screen flashes white, the sparkle rings out, and the Pokémon in front of you is not like the others. In those seconds, every failed encounter that came before stops feeling like failure. It becomes part of the path that led here. That is the emotional rhythm that kept shiny hunters moving through the darkest stretches. And it is the rhythm that Game Freak would eventually need to examine, because throughout the early generations, the odds were fixed at 1 in 8,192. That number had become something close to a sacred constant. It was the mountain every hunter chose to climb, and for more than a decade, it never moved. Not through gold and silver, not through ruby and sapphire, not through diamond and pearl, not through black and white. Generation after generation, the probability remained locked at 1 in 8,192. Hunters built entire communities around that number. They documented it, they calculated it, they told stories about it. The odds were punishing, but they were also predictable, and there was a strange comfort in knowing exactly what you were up against. But by the early 2010s, something was shifting beneath the surface. The Pokémon franchise had outgrown its original audience in a way no one could have predicted. Players who had started with Red and Blue were now adults with careers and families. New players were discovering the series every single year, and shiny Pokémon, once a deeply niche obsession, had become a visible part of the larger culture. Forums filled with encounter logs, videos documenting long and grueling hunts, fan communities trading tips and celebrating each other's victories. Shiny hunting had grown into something communal, and with that growth came a question that was rarely spoken aloud, but always present in the background. Did the odds have to be this brutal? Then in 2013, the answer arrived. Pokémon X and Y launched on the Nintendo 3DS, and with them came a change that would ripple through the entire shiny hunting community. The base rate had been cut in half. 1 in 8,192 became 1 in 4,096. Not a dramatic overhaul, not the removal of rarity, but a doubling of the chance. For the first time in the history of the franchise, the foundational odds themselves had changed. The news spread quickly through every corner of the community. Players who had spent years staring at the same patches of grass, resetting the same games over and over, hatching thousands of eggs in patient silence, suddenly had a new reality to process. A hunt that might have taken 40 hours at the old rate could now statistically take 20. A player who might have gone their entire life without ever seeing a shiny had a fighting chance at last. The change was subtle on paper. In practice, it was profound. And yet, 1 in 4,096 is still an astonishingly small number. Put another way, you could roll 4,096 dice, hoping for a single specific result on a single specific die, and even then the odds would not be in your favor. X and Y did not make shinies common, it made them reachable, and that distinction would become the center of an argument that continues to this day. The debate began almost immediately. Some veteran hunters, players who had logged thousands of hours chasing shinies under the old odds, felt that the change quietly diminished what they had accomplished. Their stories of 10,000 resets, their hard-won trophies, their status within the community, all of it suddenly seemed less impressive when the baseline had shifted. If the odds were now twice as forgiving, was a shiny still worth the same respect? Was the hunter who had suffered through the 1 in 8,192 grind somehow more dedicated than the newcomer who had benefited from the kinder rate? For those players, the change felt like a devaluation. The exclusivity, once earned through sheer endurance, now seemed like it had been handed out more freely. Others took the opposite view entirely. They argued that the change was not a dilution, but an invitation. The old odds had created a barrier that kept countless players out of the experience altogether. A casual player could spend years with Pokémon and never once see a shiny in the wild. A dedicated but unlucky hunter might never see one at all. The stories of legendary hunts were inspiring, but they were also intimidating. Many players simply assumed that shiny hunting was not for them, that it required a level of dedication they could never match. By improving the base rate, Game Freak had opened the door to an entire generation of players who might otherwise have never known the thrill of that first sparkle. Exclusivity, they argued, was never the point. The moment was the point. And the more players who could experience that moment, the stronger the community became. Both sides had legitimate arguments, and the tension between them was not an accident. It was the product of a careful balancing act on the part of the developers, because the franchise needed more players to encounter Shinies. By 2013, shiny Pokémon were a cultural phenomenon that extended far beyond the games themselves. They appeared in merchandise. They starred in anime episodes. They were handed out at special events. They were a selling point, and a player who had never found a shiny could easily conclude that the games were withholding something precious, that the odds were stacked against them in a way that felt unjust. That perception was dangerous for the brand. It made rarity feel like punishment rather than privilege, but the developers could not simply abolish rarity. The entire appeal of shiny Pokémon was built on the fact that they were hard to find. A shiny that appeared every few hundred encounters would cease to be exciting. It would become a mundane curiosity, the Pokémon equivalent of a common bonus item. The thrill of the hunt, the sudden surge of adrenaline when the sparkle finally appeared, the relief that washed over you after hours of fruitless searching, all of it depended on the real possibility of failure. The odds had to be low enough that success felt earned. They just did not have to be so low that success felt impossible. 1 in 4,096 was the compromise. It was a number that said, "We hear you, we understand the struggle. We want more people to experience this." But it was also a number that preserved the essential nature of the hunt. At 1 in 4,096, a shiny is still a rare discovery. It is still an event. It still stops you in your tracks when it appears. The change made the mountain slightly less steep, but it was still a mountain, and for the players who had climbed the old mountain, the new one did not erase their achievement. It simply made the view accessible to more people. Looking back, the decision in 2013 was less about statistics and more about philosophy. It was Game Freak acknowledging that rarity, measured carefully, could be a welcoming force rather than an exclusionary one. The debate over exclusivity never truly ended. It evolved. Every generation since has introduced new ways for hunters to improve their odds even further. New mechanics, new items, new methods that stack on top of the base rate. And with each adjustment, the same question returns. How rare is rare enough? The answer, it seems, is that rarity is not a fixed target. It is a feeling. And that feeling depends entirely on the moment it arrives. The years since X and Y have shown that the base rate is only the beginning. The hunt has transformed in ways the early hunters could never have imagined, but the heart of it remains untouched. A different color, a flicker of light, a moment of pure surprise. Those have not changed since 1999, and they probably never will. The change in 2013 didn't just make shiny Pokémon twice as common, it made the hunt official. For 14 years, shininess had been presented as a surprise. Something that happened to you if the random number generator was feeling generous. And then, in Pokémon X and Y, the base odds shifted from 1 in 8,192 to 1 in 4,096, and the unspoken message was clear. The people making these games had noticed what their players were doing. They had noticed the chains, the breeding marathons, the spreadsheets, the thousands of reset attempts, and they had decided to meet those players halfway. But the odds change was only the surface. Beneath it, an entire culture of methods had already been growing, and the generations that followed would only broaden it. By the time the Kalos region arrived, there were at least 5 distinct ways to hunt a shiny, and each one played by different rules. There was the Pokéradar, introduced in Sinnoh, which let you chain encounters with the same species, building a streak that climbed toward better odds with every link. There was the Masuda Method, discovered by players comparing notes across languages, which used a foreign parent to quietly improve the chances of a shiny egg. There was chain fishing, a Kalos invention that rewarded pure repetition with a rod in hand. There was the shiny charm, a reward for completing the Pokédex, which changed the math behind every encounter you would ever have. And there was the event, the scripted gift, the guaranteed shiny like the Red Gyarados, which asked nothing of you except to be present. Each of these methods created its own rules, its own rituals, its own failure conditions, and each of them stood in a completely different relationship to the original random encounter. That pure moment of walking into the grass and letting the game roll the dice. Consider the Pokéradar first, because it demands the most from the player. When you activate it in a patch of grass, the device scans the area and causes 4 patches to shake. One of those patches contains a Pokémon of the same species as the last one you encountered. Enter it, catch or defeat that Pokémon, and your chain grows by 1. The trick is maintaining the chain. At 40 links, the shiny odds improve from about 1 in 8,000 to roughly 1 in 200, which is an enormous leap, but the chain is fragile in ways that feel almost unfair. Take more than 50 steps before reusing the radar and it breaks. Encounter a different species and it breaks. Run from the Pokémon instead of catching it and it breaks. The ritual that grows around this, and you can find it in any guide from the era, is almost like a form of meditation. You count your steps. You stand exactly 4 tiles away from the shaking patch. You reset the radar when none of the patches are close enough. You learn which patches are safe and which are a trap. And the failure of a chain at 39 feels like losing a treasure you had already begun to spend. Even though you never actually saw the shiny, the Pokéradar did not simply make shinies easier. It made the hunter skill, something you could improve at, something you could lose. Chain fishing is the opposite in nearly every way. There is no grid to walk, no patch to judge. You stand in front of a body of water, cast your rod, and wait for a bite. Each Pokémon you hook builds the chain, and by the time you reach 20 consecutive catches, the odds have settled at roughly 1 in 100. The failure condition is absurdly simple. Catch a different species, or let the chain time out and you start over. There is no skill involved. You can do it with your eyes half closed, and yet the method developed its own rhythm. A hypnotic loop of casting, waiting, reeling, and casting again, interrupted only by that shimmer of bubbles, or the change in the war that signals something different. Players who chain fish will tell you about the strange trance of it, the way the ordinary catches blur together, until the moment the sparkle snaps you out of the haze. Breeding through the Masuda Method sits somewhere between the two. It has none of the precision of the Pokéradar, and none of the mindless ease of chain fishing. It is a marathon. You place 2 Pokémon from games of different languages in the daycare, ride back and forth in front of the building, collect eggs one after another, and hatch them until something shines. Each egg is an independent roll of the dice. In Generation 6, with a foreign parent and the shiny charm, the odds reach roughly 1 in 512, which makes it one of the most reliable methods in the game. But reliability does not mean speed. It can take hours. The ritual is the same whether you are on your 10th egg or your 1000th, and the absence of a result wears at you in a way that a broken chain never quite does. A broken chain gives you someone to blame. 600 ordinary eggs just leave you alone with the numbers. The shiny charm is a method of a different kind, because it does not ask you to go anywhere. It asks you to complete the Pokédex, which in Generation 5 meant catching every single Pokémon that existed at the time. That is a project that takes weeks, sometimes months, and the reward is an item with no visible effect. It sits in your bag and does nothing that you can see, but behind the scenes, it triples your shiny odds. With the charm, the base rate in Generation 6 moves from 1 in 4,096 to roughly 1 in 1,365. The charm is the only method that improves every other method. It makes chains better. It makes eggs better. It makes random encounters better. It cannot break, because it never acts. It simply changes the shape of the game around you. A permanent gratitude for the one collection you already finished. And then there are the events. The Red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage is the ancestor of all of them. It is a shiny Pokémon that the game hands to you as part of the story. A red serpent erupting from the water in front of the player. No odds, no chain, no patience required. It simply happens. And because it happens to every player, it teaches you what a shiny looks like before you ever have to earn one. That contradiction is part of its power. The Red Gyarados is the least rare shiny in the entire series. And yet it is the one that made the concept real for an entire generation of players. Later, the same logic reappeared in distribution events. Shiny Pokémon sent across Wi-Fi or through serial codes at stores. The rules of an event are completely different from the rules of a chain or a batch of eggs. You do not search. You do not wait. You do not fail. You only have to be there, in the right place, or at the right time, with the game turned on. Event shinies are gifts more than trophies, which makes them some of the most complicated items in the whole history of the hunt. Because they raise the question of whether a shiny you did not work for means as much as one you did. Set all of this against the original random encounter, and the contrast becomes clear. The random encounter is the purest method, but purity and difficulty are not the same thing. You walk into the grass, the screen flashes, and the game rolls a number between 1 and 8,192. No radar, no foreign parent, no charm, no chain, no story. Just a single moment of chance suspended in an ordinary walk. Every method that came later is a modification of that moment. The Pokéradar bends the odds by rewarding discipline. The Masuda Method bends the odds by rewarding endurance. The Shiny Charm bends the odds by rewarding collection. The event removes the odds entirely, but none of them, not even the best of them, ever removes the roll of the dice altogether. The 1 in 100 odds of a long chain still leaves 99 possibilities that end in disappointment. The most reliable egg still hatches ordinary more often than not. The event is the only one that guarantees the sparkle, and the event is also the one that costs you the surprise. The result is that shininess stopped being a single challenge a long time ago. It became a spectrum of experiences, and the position of any given shiny on that spectrum changes the meaning of finding it. A shiny that appears after 4,000 random encounters feels like a miracle, an act of God, a story you will tell for years. A shiny that appears after a disciplined chain feels like a reward, a confirmation that your patience was worth something. A shiny that hatches after 700 eggs feels like a relief, a door that finally opened after you had been pressing against it for weeks. A shiny that arrives through an event code feels like a keepsake, a souvenir of a particular era. They all produce the same sparkle. They all make the same sound. But the moment itself is different in each case, and the player who experiences that moment is different too. This is the real legacy of the Era of Huntable Rarity. The methods did not simply make shinies more available, they changed the players themselves. A person who has chased a chain to 40 and lost it at the last step understands their own patience in a way that a person wandering through tall grass never will. A person who has hatched 1,000 eggs understands the difference between hope and stubbornness, and how thin that line can become at midnight. The tools multiplied, but so did the emotional lives of the hunters who used them. And once the hunt becomes part of you, every ordinary encounter carries a different weight, because you are always aware of the number running behind the screen, always aware of the role you cannot see, always aware that this time might be the one. That awareness, more than any specific method, is what the Era of Huntable Rarity was really about. Every method of hunting shiny Pokémon is a way of getting closer to the same destination. Chaining, breeding, soft resetting, hunting with special items, chasing event opportunities. They all change the odds, they all reshape the circumstances. But none of them removes the final step, the encounter itself, the moment before the reveal. And that moment is engineered with more care than most players ever realize. It unfolds in 5 distinct stages, and each one is doing something specific to the player's mind. First is the approach. This is the ordinary part. The tall grass rustles, the battle screen flashes, the egg begins to tilt, the static Pokémon finally appears after countless resets. There is nothing visually special about this frame. It looks exactly like every other encounter that came before it. The game gives no warning, no lens flare, no dramatic zoom. The entrance is deliberately, almost frustratingly normal, and that normalcy is essential. The player has been lulled into routine. Grass, battle, run, repeat. The approach is familiar enough to be comfortable, which means the guard is down. Even when the hope is up, the heart beats faster anyway, because the player knows what this screen could hold. But the screen so far is telling them nothing. Then comes the transition. This is the quiet hinge. The screen does its familiar dance. The wash of white, the shift of perspective, the slide into the battle interface. It takes about a second. In that 1 second, the player exists in a strange in-between place. The overworld is gone. The battle hasn't fully started. The Pokémon is arriving, but it hasn't arrived yet. The game has committed to an encounter, but it has not revealed what that encounter will be. This is the smallest window in the entire sequence, but it is where the anticipation begins to spiral, because in this gap, every possibility is still open. This could be the ordinary one. This could be the one. Nothing has been ruled out. And then the cue, the sound. This is where the game breaks its own pattern. In a normal encounter, the player hears the encounter jingle, maybe the Pokémon's cry, and then the battle music settles in. But when a shiny appears, there is a different sound, a chime, a shimmer, a burst of crystalline notes that belongs to no other moment in the game. Hunters know this sound instantly. Many report that they recognize it before they even process what they're looking at. Some say they can identify a shiny with their eyes closed, purely by audio. The sparkle animation that accompanies the sound, the burst of stars around the Pokémon, reinforces what the audio already announced. But for most hunters, the sound is the primary channel. The animation confirms. The sound is what sets the heart racing. It bypasses the slow work of visual recognition. It lands first, directly in the part of the brain that handles instinct, and the body reacts before the mind catches up. Hands tighten, breath catches. The player might not yet know what color the Pokémon is, but they already know something is different. The cue is the first draft of the truth. The color follows. This is the stage where the player actually sees the palette. And this is where things get complicated, because the color is often not as clear as the sound. Some shinies are unmistakable. The Red Gyarados, the Golden Magikarp, those announce themselves without any effort. But many shiny forms are quiet, a slight shift in shade, a hue that is close to the original, but not quite. The player's brain must compare what it's seeing to a memory of what this Pokémon usually looks like. And that comparison takes time, a full second, sometimes more. The brain is running a reference check against thousands of prior encounters, and during that check, doubt creeps in. Did I really hear the sound? Is this actually different? Or am I seeing what I want to see? The color stage is the moment of maximum uncertainty. The sound has said yes, but the eyes are not sure. And then confirmation, the final beat. The sparkle animation playing again, the telltale mark on the summary screen, the growing realization that no, this is real. The colors are wrong in the best possible way. The doubt resolves, the window closes, and the player knows. The tension, which has been building through the approach, and the transition, and the cue, and the color, breaks all at once. The sequence works as the game delays certainty for exactly long enough to trigger doubt. It gives the player a sound before the visual. It gives a visual before the comparison is complete. It forces the player to wait, not for long, but for long enough. And that brief stretch of I think but I don't yet know is what transforms the encounter from information into experience. The doubt is not a side effect. The doubt is the point. It is fair to describe this reveal as a miniature drama, and a strange hybrid of genres at that, because it is, in equal measure, a horror scene, a lottery draw, and a triumph. The horror structure is in the disruption. The player has been moving through a comfortable loop for hours. Then the loop breaks. An unexpected sound, an anomaly. The brain's threat detection systems light up. Not because the Pokémon is dangerous, but because the familiar pattern has been violated. Horror relies on exactly this sequence. Establish the ordinary, puncture it with the strange, and then delay the explanation. The player is not afraid of the creature. They are afraid of the moment being taken away, of the reveal being false, of something going wrong before the confirmation lands. The delay between the cue and the confirmation is the eye of that storm. The lottery structure is in the odds. The player knows the numbers. 1 in 8,000, 1 in 4,000. Those figures have been internalized after years of encounters. Every ordinary battle is a losing ticket, and then the chime plays, and the player wonders if this is the winner. But like a scratch card, the winning is not immediate. There is a beat between the first signal and the full reveal. The player has learned, through countless disappointments, to protect themselves by hoping a little less. That protective doubt is exactly what makes the eventual confirmation feel like a jackpot, and the triumph structure is in the release. After the sound, after the doubt, after the confirmation, the emotion floods in, the exultation, the rush, the near-screaming certainty that a dream has become real, and the triumph is amplified by the delay. If the game confirmed the shiny instantly, there would be no arc, no rise, no release. The player would receive data instead of experiencing a moment. The doubt makes the triumph feel earned. The negative tension and the positive release are stored by the brain as a single coherent memory, and that memory becomes the story the player will tell for years. Players internalize this structure, whether they realize it or not. They learn to trust the chime more than the colors. They learn to hear the cue and react before the screen even finishes loading. Some hunters report instinctively looking away from the display when the sound plays, as if to savor the uncertainty. Others describe the sound as burned into memory, a trigger that works even outside the game. When they hear something similar in a different context, the game has trained them through repetition. Every ordinary encounter sharpens the ear for the one that is different, and when the different one finally arrives, the player is ready to feel everything at once. This is what the moment before the reveal is built to do. Game Freak could have made shinies obvious. They could have stamped the screen with a label or refused to start battle until the player acknowledged what they were seeing. They didn't. Left the reveal wrapped in a second of doubt, and that decision turned a random color swap to one of the most emotionally powerful moments in the entire series. The encounter ends quickly. The battle resumes. The Pokémon is caught, celebrated, boxed, and often forgotten for years. But the seconds between the chime and the confirmation, those stay. They become the memory. And it is memory, not rarity, that has kept shiny Pokémon alive for over 2 decades. Every hunter is chasing a color, but what they actually carry away is a moment with a sound, a doubt, and a relief that no screenshot can fully recreate. The moment before the reveal is almost always the same. The encounter begins. The Pokémon appears on the screen. The battle interface slides into view. And then, if it is one of the rare ones, there is a flash. A burst of light shaped like a star, followed by a chime that cuts through the familiar sounds of the wild. It lasts barely a second, but in that single second, every player knows that something has changed. The question is whether they will register exactly what. The cue is unmistakable, but the color is where the experience can fall apart, because the sparkle announces that a shiny Pokémon has appeared. It does not tell you how different that Pokémon actually looks. It does not tell you which part of the palette to fix your eyes on. And for some shinies, the difference is enormous, unmistakable, impossible to miss. For others, it is nearly nothing at all. And the difference between those two experiences is not not just a matter of design. It is the difference between a rare encounter that a player will remember forever and a rare encounter that slips away before anyone even knows it was there. Take the most famous shiny in the franchise, the Red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage. This is a shiny that announces itself. A creature that normally appears as a blue sea serpent is instead a deep, saturated red, the kind of colour that stops your hand before it reaches the buttons. The sparkle is almost redundant. You see the colour and you understand instantly that this is not a normal Gyarados. The game reinforces the moment. The story draws attention to it. Team Rocket has been manipulating the lake, forcing an unnatural evolution, and the result is a powerful, aggressive, red beast that the player is led to directly. And because of that guarantee, the Red Gyarados became the first shiny that most players of the era ever saw. It was the gate through which an entire generation learned that colour variance existed at all. Many players did not know the mechanic had a name. They just knew that the serpent in the lake was wrong, different, special. The Red Gyarados did not require careful examination. It demanded to be seen. It turned a hidden system into a visible story. But for every Gyarados, there is a Gengar. The ghost Pokémon in its normal form is a dark purple. Its shiny form is slightly different. In some generations, the difference is so slight that the two forms are nearly indistinguishable, side by side. A subtle shift in the shade of purple, a barely perceptible change in tone. If you encountered a shiny Gengar in battle without the sparkle, you might never notice. And even with the sparkle, you might find yourself staring at the creature, searching for the difference, wondering whether the game is playing a trick on you. This is the other side of shininess, the variant that demands close attention because it is all but invisible. The history of shiny Pokémon is full of these nearly invisible forms. Shiny Pikachu is a slightly deeper golden yellow. Shiny Jolteon is a slightly richer amber. Shiny Zapdos, one of the legendary birds, is only a shade warmer than its standard orange. Shiny Glaceon is almost identical to its normal form. Shiny Garchomp, a popular and powerful dragon, changes so little that many fans consider it a disappointment. And these subtle palettes are not rare exceptions scattered across the generations. They are a persistent feature of how shiny Pokémon were designed. Some species receive dramatic transformations. Shiny Charizard turns dark, shiny Espen turns green, shiny Haxorus turns black, but others received what can only be described as a gentler version of the same colour, as if the game wanted the difference to be earned through careful attention. This is where the danger lives, because a shiny that looks almost exactly like a normal Pokémon is a shiny that can be easily lost. The sparkle helps. It is designed to help, but it lasts for a moment, and it can be missed or misunderstood or dismissed. A player who has been grinding for hours, who has seen the same Pokémon appear in the same patch of grass for the 100th time, might not even register the cue. The muscle memory of the hunt takes over. Press the run button. Press it before the thought has even formed. And by the time the mind catches up, the odd colour at the edge of the screen, the flash that came and went, the encounter is already over. The wild Pokémon is gone. The evidence is gone with it, and there is no way to verify what just happened. The community carries stories like this, told and retold in forums and videos and comment sections. The player who defeated a shiny because they were using a one-hit KO move to grind experience and never noticed the sparkle before the damage landed. The player who ran from a shiny because they were hunting for something else and their attention was fixed on a different goal. The player who misidentified the rare encounter as a visual glitch, old hardware, a dying cartridge, a corrupted sprite, and reset the game before the thought could correct itself. These are not hypothetical scenarios. They are the recurring, almost formulaic tragedies of shiny hunting. The rarest encounter in the game, erased by a single reflexive action taken at the wrong moment. And there is an even quieter form of loss, the shiny that was never noticed at all. In the early generations, there was no overworld marker, no symbol floating above the Pokémon's head. No text appearing in the encounter screen. No indication beyond the color and the flash. If the player looked away at the precise moment of the reveal, if they checked their phone or blinked too long, or simply let their eyes drift across the room, the evidence was lost. They might spend the entire battle unaware that a 1 in 8,192 event was playing out in front of them. They might catch it and discover only later in the party screen that the Pokémon sparkles when it comes out of its ball, or they might defeat it and never know at all. The game does not tell you after the fact. It does not keep a record of the ones that got away. The evidence of rarity exists only in the moment of perception. If you miss the moment, you miss the proof. This is the central tension of shiny hunting. Rarity alone is not enough. The game can generate the odds. It can roll the hidden numbers. It can produce a shiny Gengar that is technically different from a normal Gengar by every value the game knows how to measure. But if a player cannot perceive the difference, or does not notice it in time, the shiny does not function as a shiny. It functions as another ordinary encounter. The rarity is real, but it is also invisible. It requires a witness. So there is a skill that shiny hunters develop over time. One that is rarely talked about in the same language as odds or methods or breeding chains. It is a form of sustained attention, a willingness to treat every single encounter as if it might be the one, to actually look at the Pokémon on the screen rather than processing it as another data point in a long grind. The best hunters do not let their minds wander completely. They watch. They compare what is in front of them with what they know the normal form should look like. They hold each encounter in their awareness just long enough to notice the thing that is almost invisible. And when they finally catch a shiny with a subtle palette, when they pull it out of the ball and examine it again, side by side with the ordinary version, they understand that the victory was not simply in the random roll, it was in the noticing. That is what these variants ask of the player. A Red Gyarados rewards even the most distracted eye. It insists on being seen. But a Gengar, a Pikachu, a Glaceon, these shinies are quiet. They blend in. They make no demands. And catching one is not a triumph of luck or patience or probability. It is a triumph of attention. You noticed what dozens of other players might have walked past without a second thought. You completed a chain that the game could not complete on its own. From the hidden random roll, to the palette value, to the fleeting light of the sparkle, to the human eye that finally saw the difference. Without that final step, the shiny is just a string of numbers. With it, the shiny becomes a memory, a story, a treasure. And if that attention fails, the shiny disappears back into the silence of the system. The wild Pokémon flees, or falls in battle, or is simply passed over, a near invisible shade of a common creature that never quite became a memory. The game keeps no ledger of those. The Pokédex has no page for the shinies that were never seen. It has no record of the encounters that ended before the player understood what they had found. But the ones that are seen, the almost unnoticed Gengar, the one shade off Pikachu, the Glaceon that was one glance away from being lost, those become the encounters that count. Not because they are rarer than a Red Gyarados, they are not, but because they could have been missed, and they were not. The evidence was there, fragile as it was, and the player was looking. A shiny that almost went unseen leaves behind a strange, quiet feeling. You were walking through tall grass, or surfing along a route you have travelled 100 times, and then, out of nowhere, the screen changes. A different colour, a flash of light, a sound you might have missed if you had blinked. And in that suspended second, before your brain fully registers what is happening, a question surfaces. Not what Pokémon is this? The Pokédex answers that in an instant. The question is deeper, more persistent. What was that? What exactly did I just see? What is a shiny, really, beneath the colour and the sparkle? For many players, the answer feels obvious. It has to be something more than a palette swap. A Pokémon that announces itself with light and sound, that halts the flow of the game, that changes the emotional temperature of an entire session. It cannot simply be a different shade of the same creature. There must be something underneath. Hidden stats, secret abilities, a special destiny that the game has not yet revealed. The encounter feels different, so the creature itself must be different. These assumptions are everywhere in the player community. Ask someone who has spent years with these games what they believe about shinies, and you will hear the same ideas in different costumes. Maybe a shiny has better stats, they say. Maybe the sparkle is a sign that this individual was born stronger, faster, more resilient than its ordinary counterparts. Maybe a shiny is more likely to land critical hits, as if the game itself is quietly rooting for it. Maybe it learns moves that the normal version cannot, or evolves through some hidden path, or carries a unique ability exclusive to its shimmering form. Some players believe a shiny is luckier, that it will perform better in battle because the universe of the game has smiled on it. Others whisper about perfect individual values, the invisible numbers that decide how high a Pokemon's potential can climb. And some take it even further into the realm of destiny. A shiny chose you. It appeared to you of all people at that exact moment. It has a purpose. It has a story that it will carry with it. None of this is true, and the clearest way to see it is to look at what a shiny actually is. It is an alternate color palette. That is the whole of it. The same species, the same base stats, the same learnable moves, the same abilities, the same natures, the same behavior in the wild. If you take a shiny Charizard and a regular Charizard and place them side by side, they are identical in every measurable way except for one thing: the color. A shiny Pokemon does not hit harder. It does not endure more damage. It does not outrun the normal version. It does not move first in battle because of some hidden priority. It has no hidden ability that the regular form cannot have. It is not smarter or braver or more beloved by the game engine. The difference is only visual, and that is not a dismissal. It is precisely the point. Think of the Red Gyarados, the encounter that introduced an entire generation of players to the idea of a shiny Pokemon. In Pokemon Gold and Silver, in 1999, the story leads you to the Lake of Rage. The water is churning. A Gyarados is rampaging, and it is red. Not the deep blue of every Gyarados you have ever seen. Red. The game presents this as a mystery, a problem to investigate, a creature transformed by unnatural forces, and it works. The scene is etched into the memory of anyone who played it. But if you caught that Gyarados and brought it into battle, it was just a Gyarados. Same numbers, same moves, same strengths, same weaknesses, same temperament. The red colour was never a mark of hidden power. It was a mark of rarity, a visual signal that this individual is different from the crowd. The narrative around it, the raging lake, the plot involving Team Rocket, all of that was story dressing. The Gyarados itself remained ordinary in every mechanical sense. It was the circumstance that made it unforgettable. That gap between how a shiny feels and what a shiny is can feel like a small disappointment when you first learn it, but it should not, because that gap tells us something important about the way games communicate and the way human beings make meaning. Consider the moment of encounter again. The music shifts or stops. The visual style changes. The sparkle erupts around the Pokemon, and the sound cue cuts through everything else. That entrance is theatrical. It is a reveal, a tiny piece of ceremony dropped into a game that otherwise treats wild encounters as routine. The game is using every tool it has to say, this moment matters. It should come as no surprise that players hear that message and assume the Pokemon itself must be extraordinary in its code. The drama demands an explanation. A creature cannot be that special on screen and that ordinary in the data. Something must be hiding. We are pattern-seeking creatures. When an event is rare, we want it to mean something. When the game lights up the screen and freezes time for one encounter, we invent a reason for the spectacle. A shiny could not simply be coloured differently because a random number generator landed on a specific value. 1 in 8,192. There has to be a purpose. There has to be a power. there has to be a destiny. And so the myth of the secret power was born, not from anything inside the game cartridge, but from the human need to give meaning to scarcity. Even the name we use for these creatures is a fan invention, a label inspired by the sparkle itself, adopted by the community before it ever became official. The sparkle is a blank page, and we write the story on it. Some players write a story of better stats. Some write a story of rare luck. Some write a story of a cherished companion that defied the odds to appear. The game provides the rare event. We provide the meaning. And that is the real secret hiding behind the flash of light. It was never a hidden advantage. It was never a set of perfect values sealed inside a different coloured shell. It was never a special destiny programmed into the creature's data. The secret is that a shiny Pokémon is mechanically ordinary and experientially extraordinary. The game gives a colour and a probability. We give everything else. We assign the value, the excitement, the memory, the story that we will retell for years about the night we found it. The power was never inside the Pokémon. It was in the experience, in the meaning we chose to place on a rare thing, in the way a single different shade of green or gold or crimson can become a milestone in the history of a playthrough and in the history of a person. That is not a secret hidden in the game code. It is a secret hidden in us, and it surfaces every time the sparkle appears. When we set aside the myth of secret power, what we are left with is something perhaps stranger, and certainly more interesting. A shiny Pokémon is not stronger. It does not carry a hidden destiny. It does not possess abilities that its ordinary counterparts lack. It is simply a different colour. And yet, for more than 2 decades, that simple difference has stopped players in their tracks, quickened their heartbeats, and turned quiet evenings into stories they still tell. The colour may be cosmetic, but the experience is anything but. Here is the part of the story that is easy to forget, though. The very word we use for these creatures, the word shiny, was not invented by the people who made the games. It was invented by the players. And the journey of that word, from fan slang to official terminology, tells us more about the relationship between audiences and creators than any lore entry ever could. In the earliest days, before the term settled into place, official materials did not know what to call these rare variants. Different sources reached for different phrases. Some guidebooks referred to them as colour Pokémon, a plain and functional description that captured the phenomenon without giving it any personality. Other materials used similarly descriptive language, circling around the idea of alternative coloration, without committing to a single term. The Japanese side of the franchise had its own descriptors, but none of them carried the weight of what players were actually experiencing. Meanwhile, in fan communities, something else was happening. The internet was still young, but it was already connecting players who had stumbled upon these rare creatures. In chat rooms, on message boards, in the comment sections of early fan sites, players shared their discoveries, and they needed a word for what they had found. The sparkle animation, that burst of stars and light that played when a differently coloured Pokémon appeared, gave them their answer. They called these Pokémon shiny. It was simple, it was descriptive, and it was entirely organic, born from the shared experience of the games, rather than from any official branding decision. What is remarkable is not that the community found a name, but that the franchise eventually accepted it. That process took time. It took generations. Generation 3 came and went quietly on this front. The Game Boy Advance era introduced new mechanics, new Pokémon, and new ways of encountering these rare colour variants. But the games themselves remained mostly silent about them. A shiny Pokémon would appear in the tall grass, the sparkle would play, the battle would proceed, and the game would offer no explanation, no dialogue box informing the player that this was something special, no Pokédex entry acknowledging the colour difference. The player was left to understand what they had found through their own knowledge, or through a magazine, or through a friend who had read about it online. The games treated Shinies as an unspoken secret. Generation 4 began to shift the relationship. Though the changes were subtle, Pokémon Diamond and Pearl arrived on the Nintendo DS, and with them came new tools that affected how players approached the search for rare color variants. Breeding became a more significant path to shininess, and players began to develop techniques to increase their odds. One of these techniques, later known as the Masuda Method, was named after Junichi Masuda, a director at Game Freak. Even though the method was discovered and refined by players, when the developers confirmed that the technique worked, they were participating in a conversation that the community had started. The boundary between official design and player knowledge was beginning to blur, but it was Generation 5 that marked the real turning point. Pokémon Black and White, released in Japan in 2010 and internationally in 2011, carried with them a quiet shift in attitude. These games were built around a theme of newness. They introduced over 150 new Pokémon, questioned what it meant to be a Pokémon, and examined the relationship between humans and creatures more directly than any previous entry. They were, in many ways, the most self-aware games in the series, and they treated Shinies differently. In Black and White, the Pokédex began to incorporate shiny forms as part of its data. The games included non-player characters who talked about the existence of differently coloured Pokémon, treating the phenomenon as a known fact of the world rather than an accident. In Pokémon Black 2 and White 2, released in 2012, this treatment became even more explicit. A scientist character directly discusses the mechanics of coloration, speaking about shiny Pokémon as a recognized category rather than a curiosity. The games were no longer pretending that these rare variants did not exist. They were acknowledging them, describing them, and building them into the world's understanding of itself. Now it is important to be precise here. Even in Generation 5, the games did not hand the player a complete explanation of shininess. The lore remained thin by design. Game Freak has never fully explained why shiny Pokémon exist in the world, and the games have never offered a detailed in-universe account of their origins. But the shift was undeniable. What had once been a hidden quirk of the data was now a recognized part of the Pokémon world. Characters knew about it, the Pokédex acknowledged it, and the word shiny, the word that players had invented, had effectively become the standard. This is the moment of cultural handoff. It happened quietly, without announcement, but it matters. When the Pokémon Company and Game Freak began using the term shiny in their own materials, when strategy guides and promotional content adopted the language that had grown organically in fan spaces, something significant occurred. The audience had shaped the franchise. The players had named a part of the world, and the creators had accepted that name. It is worth pausing on that for a moment, because it does not happen often. Video game franchises typically speak to their audiences, and the audiences respond, but the flow of language is usually one way. The game introduces a term, and the players adopt it. Rarely does the opposite occur. Rarely does a community invent a word, spread it, and then watch the creators quietly pick it up and make it official. But that is exactly what happened with Shiny. The gradual normalization continued in the years that followed. By the time Pokémon X and Y appeared in 2013, the term was fully embedded in the franchise's vocabulary. The base odds of encountering a shiny Pokémon improved from 1 in 8,192 to 1 in 4,096. A change that was communicated to players as a quality of life adjustment rather than a secret. The games themselves became more explicit in their acknowledgement of shinies. In later generations, the Pokédex would include a shiny form toggle, letting players view these rare color variants whenever they wished, a feature that would have seemed almost unimaginable in the Generation 2 era. What is easy to miss, looking back, is how long this process took. The fan term shiny was in use within a few years of Gold and Silver's release, during the early 2000s, but official acceptance was gradual, almost hesitant. For years, the games kept shinies at arm's length, presenting them as unexplained curiosities. The player who found a shiny in Ruby or Sapphire received no confirmation from the game itself. The player who found one in Black and White encountered a world that was beginning to acknowledge them, and by the time of X and Y, the acknowledgement was complete. There is something profound in that slow acceptance. The Pokémon franchise has always depended on a kind of dialogue between creators and players, but it is usually implicit. The games offer systems. The players find ways to engage with them, and the systems evolve in response. But with Shinies, the dialogue was explicit. The community invented a word. The community built a culture around these rare encounters, developing methods, sharing stories, and creating rituals. And eventually, the franchise folded that culture back into itself, adopting the term and the concept as its own. This is the thing that the myth of secret power gets backwards. The mystery of shiny Pokémon is not a mystery of hidden stats or hidden abilities. It is a mystery of collective behavior. Why do so many players care so deeply about a cosmetic difference? Why does the sight of a different colored creature produce such genuine excitement, such a strong physiological reaction? The answer is not encoded in the game's data. It is encoded in the culture that grew up around the games. And that culture, once absorbed into the official structure of the franchise, did not stop evolving. The term shiny became official. The methods of hunting became more varied. The odds became more forgiving. And with official recognition came something new. The games began to create shiny Pokémon as rewards, as event distributions, as guaranteed encounters. The Red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage had been the first, a story-driven shiny that every player could catch. Now the franchise was using shinies deliberately, shaping them into prizes and incentives, drawing players to events and celebrations. In a way, official recognition changed what shinies were. They had begun as accidents of data, rare and inexplicable, hidden in the games and left for players to find. They had become, through the culture of players, a symbol of persistence and luck. And once the franchise embraced them, they became one more tool in the ever-expanding machinery of Pokémon. The rare encounter that had once sparked wonder in a child playing Gold and Silver, that had once been named by a community of fans sharing their discoveries online, had become a fully integrated part of the world, as ordinary in its category as any other feature of the games. The word shiny had become official, and the phenomenon, born from a technical quirk, had found its permanent place. By the time Generation 5 had folded the shiny concept into its official language, something subtle had shifted in the way players understood these creatures. They were no longer just a rumor, they were a classification. The Pokédex could acknowledge them. The games could present them as a known category, but classification does not explain devotion. Naming something does not tell you why it matters. And the strange truth of the shiny economy is that it runs on value that has nothing to do with function. A shiny Pokémon is, mechanically speaking, exactly the same as its ordinary counterpart. Same stats, same moves, same abilities more often than not. It does not hit harder. It does not resist more. It does not unlock a hidden form or bestow a special title. All of that was settled earlier in this history. Shiny Pokémon do not hide secret powers. They hide design history and player psychology. And yet players continue to spend hours, days, even weeks chasing these palette swaps. The question is why? What is the economy actually trading in? Let's begin with provenance, because provenance is the foundation of almost every collectible market on Earth. Provenance is the story of where an object came from. A diamond ring is valuable for its carbon structure, but a diamond ring that once belonged to a queen is valuable for something else entirely. The stone has not changed. The story has. Shiny Pokémon operate the same way. The Red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage is the franchise's clearest example. Every player who reaches that moment in Gold and Silver gets the same encounter, the same red scales, the same forced narrative. It is by any measure the least rare shiny in existence, because it is guaranteed. Yet it remains one of the most beloved shinies in the entire franchise. Players talk about the moment they saw it for the first time. They remember the shock of the battle music. They remember the question that fired through their mind. What is wrong with that Gyarados? That is provenance. The value lives in the memory of the moment. But here is the tension. If the Red Gyarados is valuable because everyone shares the story, then a randomly encountered shiny is valuable for the opposite reason. It is valuable because no one else has the story. The encounter belongs to you and only you. Every detail of it is personal. The route, the time of day, the years of play that led to that particular patch of grass. There is no punctuation for it in the game, no celebration screen. The game treats it as an ordinary encounter with different colours that the player knows. And what the player knows is that this specific creature did not have to appear. The odds were against it. Every other encounter in that same grass could have been a standard Pokémon. This one was different. This one chose to show itself. And in that perceived choice, the player finds a kind of meaning. This leads directly into rarity. Rarity is not just math, although math is where it begins. In Generation 2, the odds were 1 in 8,192. In Generation 6, the odds improved to 1 in 4,096. Those numbers matter to collectors. They translate directly into expected effort. The average player who simply walks through the tall grass will not see a shiny in an entire playthrough. Many players went through entire childhoods without ever encountering one. The first time you see a shiny, it can feel like the game has acknowledged you personally, as if a door opened that was usually locked. But rarity alone does not explain everything. If it did, then every shiny would hold equal worth, and they do not. This is where species popularity enters the economy. A shiny Gyarados and a shiny Magikarp might emerge from the same lake, but they are not valued the same way. A shiny Charizard carries the weight of Charizard status. It is one of the most recognizable creatures in the franchise, beloved for decades, the mascot of the original game's most iconic starter line. A shiny Charizard is a trophy, because Charizard is a trophy. Place that same palette change on a forgotten Pokémon, something that appears on no one's favorite list, and the reaction changes. Some players might not even notice, others might shrug. The color is still rare, the encounter is still improbable, but the object does not hold the same gravitational pull. Visual appeal plays its part as well, and here the shiny economy becomes almost like an art market. There are shinies that the community agrees are beautiful. The deep red of a shiny Gyarados, transformed from the usual blue, a silver-looking Salamence. The golden Magikarp, which turns from ordinary orange to bright gleaming gold. And there are shinies that many players quietly admit are underwhelming. Palettes so similar to the original that the sparkle effect is the only real confirmation. A shiny whose colours are barely distinguishable from the standard version can feel like a trick. The visual difference is the entire product, and when the product looks nearly identical to the ordinary one, the value drops. It is not fair, it is not rational, but it is very, very real. Personality enters too, although it is harder to define. Collectors will sometimes describe a shiny as having a presence. The Pokémon feels like an individual, not just an instance, because there is only one of them in that player's collection, because it will never be precisely replicated. It takes on a character. Players give their shinies names. They keep them in separate boxes. They use them in battle, not because they need to, but because they want to be seen with them. This is identity. The shiny is not a tool. It is a companion that happens to be unique. And yet, not all shinies are created equal in the eyes of the community. The method matters. Consider two collectors. The first spends months soft resetting the same encounter thousands of times until a legendary finally appears in its alternate colours. The second stumbles across a shiny in the wild after a random encounter. No hunting technique, no preparation, just a single moment of blind luck. Both own a shiny. Both have a rare object, but the value they assign to it is very different. The hunter has paid for the shiny in time and effort. Every reset was a small act of faith. The moment of success is not just surprise, it is relief. The end of a long sentence. The shiny is a trophy earned through persistence. It sits in the collection with the weight of every failed attempt behind it. The one who stumbled across it has a different kind of miracle. No method, no preparation. The creature simply appeared. There is a purity to this kind of discovery, a feeling that the game chose to reveal itself. Both experiences produce intense joy, but they are not the same experience. This is where the question becomes uncomfortable. Does ownership matter more when everyone knows how unlikely the object was, or does it matter less? The shiny hunting community has built elaborate rituals around this question. The Masuda Method, which uses 2 Pokémon from games of different languages, raises the odds of a shiny hatching from an egg. Chaining increases the chance of encountering a shiny after repeated encounters with the same species. These methods do not break the rules of the game. They work within the game's own logic to shift the probability. And yet, a shiny obtained through breeding can sometimes feel different to a collector than a shiny found in the wild. Not less valuable, perhaps, but differently valuable. It was planned. It was calculated. The surprise was engineered. But there is an even deeper layer. If a shiny is acquired through an event, a gift distribution, a promotional code, it is still a shiny. The palette is the same. The sparkle is the same. But the story is entirely different. No player will write a blog post about the shiny they received for free in the mail. They will write about the one they hunted for 11,000 resets. The odds shaped the meaning, and here is the uncomfortable truth. The value of a shiny Pokémon is not intrinsic. It never was. The creature is data, colors swapped, a flag set in a save file. The value is assigned by the human who holds it, and by the community that verifies how it was obtained. A shiny with proven provenance from a difficult hunt carries social weight. A shiny that appears to have been hacked into the game, with no credible chain of custody, can be treated with suspicion, even rejected from trading circles entirely. This is the economy of a different color. It trades in rarity, but rarity is only the raw material. The finished currency is story. The more impossible the story, the more valuable the creature, the more personal the memory, the more precious the thing. The deeper the effort, the stronger the bond. And yet, none of it changes the battle. None of it changes the numbers. The shiny is the same as the ordinary in every category that the game counts. It is the player who counts differently. This is why collectors persist. Not because the shiny is a better Pokémon, but because it is a better story. And a story, once it belongs to you, is the one thing no one can take away. The trading community understands this instinctively. When players offer their shinies to one another, they are not exchanging Pokémon. They are exchanging moments, effort, luck, and identity. The value of each creature is read in the eyes of the person who wants it, and that is where the market begins. For when a shiny is traded, its provenance becomes a rumor, its method becomes a claim, and the story is passed from one holder to another. The color endures, the sparkle remains, but the meaning changes hands, and with it, all the weight those colors once carried. The value of a shiny Pokémon has never really been about the Pokémon at all. When a trainer looks at a shiny they own, they are not seeing a set of pixels in a different color. They are seeing a story. Where they were when it appeared, how many encounters came before it, the decision to keep going at hour 40, when exhaustion had settled in and the odds still had not changed. And that means the shiny functions less like an item and more like a record of a person's relationship with probability itself. The hunt begins long before the encounter. It begins with a decision. A hunter chooses a target, maybe a favorite species, maybe a rare spawn, maybe something tied to a childhood memory, and then they commit to a process, reset the game, walk the same patch of grass, re-enter the same cave. The encounter is the only variable that changes, and it changes one time out of every 8,192 in the original games. That number shapes the psychology. of the entire activity. 8,192 chances, each one identical to the last, each one carrying the same microscopic promise. Anticipation in this context is a strange thing. It is not the sharp excitement of an imminent event. It is a slow, patient, almost meditative state. The hunter knows the odds are against them. They know that each individual encounter, taken alone, is nearly meaningless, and yet they keep going. The compulsion does not come from the payoff. It comes from the structure of the hunt itself, the rhythm of it, the predictability, the way the game creates a small loop. Encounter, check, reset, encounter. A loop the player enters willingly. Each cycle becomes a ritual. Each ritual reinforces the belief that persistence will eventually be rewarded. Even though probability offers no such guarantee, the hunter is not fighting the game. They are negotiating with chance. And then when it finally happens, the moment is almost absurdly small. A flash of light, a sparkle, a sound cue that lasts less than a second, a colour slightly different from what the player expected. That is all. No fanfare beyond it. No trophy. No announcement to the world. Just a difference in hue. Sometimes so subtle that a player has to look twice to confirm what they are seeing. And yet that tiny visual change becomes one of the most memorable moments a person can have in a Pokémon game. Players remember where they were. They remember the device in their hands. They remember the room they were sitting in, the bus they were riding. Late hour that had quietly become early morning. They remember the name they gave the shiny. They remember how long they stared at it before they trusted the sparkle. A small colour change becomes a story, and the story becomes part of how a player understands their own history with these games. It is not just a Pokémon, it is a fixed point in a personal timeline, a moment when the game rewarded them, not for skill, not for strategy, for persistence. This is why displaying a shiny communicates something. When a trainer sends a shiny into battle, or offers it in a trade, or leaves it standing in a gym, they are not showing off a stronger creature. In most cases, the shiny is no more powerful than its ordinary counterpart. Its stats are not higher, its moves are not better, it does not learn anything special, and yet the display still matters. Because it communicates two things the games otherwise cannot measure: patience and luck. Patience, because the odds are so low that a shiny in a trainer's possession is almost always evidence of time spent. Luck, because no amount of patience can guarantee the encounter. The two are intertwined. A player who shows off a shiny is saying, without words, that they were willing to endure the grind, and they are also saying that the game smiled on them at some point. The shiny is one of few objects in the game that cannot be bought outright, cannot be earned through skill alone, and cannot be copied from someone else. It has to be experienced, and that experience becomes a kind of credential. There is one exception worth noting, because it shows how the ordinary rules can bend for the sake of a story. The Red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage is the one shiny that almost every player of a certain generation encountered. It was guaranteed. It was part of the plot, and it was shared. The same red creature, the same lake, the same surprise for thousands of players at once. That shared moment taught a generation what a shiny was. But the shinies they remember years later, the ones they tell stories about, are rarely that one. They are the ones that had no right to appear. A random encounter in a random patch of grass, with no warning and no story attached. That kind of shiny belongs to one person alone, and it is the one that means the most. Collection is another layer. A single shiny is a moment. A collection of shinies becomes something else. A body of work. Collectors measure progress, not in individual encounters, but in species count, in generations covered, in living collections with every variant represented. The collection becomes an extension of the self. It reflects what the collector values, which species they chose to pursue, which methods they were willing to use, which shinies they considered worth the time, and which they dismissed as too tedious. Choosing a target is an act of identity. There are hunters who chase the rarest spawns with the lowest encounter rates. motivated by difficulty. There are hunters who chase their favorite childhood Pokémon, motivated by attachment. And there are hunters who chase the subtle ones, the nearly invisible shinies most players would walk right past, motivated by an appreciation for quiet details. And then there is public proof. The shiny exists to be shown. The community built around it, forums, trade rooms, battle spots, gives the shiny its social weight. A Pokémon that sits unseen in a box is still rare, but it is rare in a private way. Once it is shown, it becomes evidence. Evidence that the trainer has done the work. Evidence that they have been lucky. Evidence that they belong, in some small way, to the small group of players who have seen what the game mostly tries to hide. And this is where the shiny reveals what it truly hides about players. The rare variant is a mirror. On its surface, it is a cosmetic difference, a palette swap, a sparkle. But what the mirror reflects is the player's relationship to probability itself. Every person who hunts a shiny is making a choice about how to interact with chance. Some accept the odds and walk away. Some grind for hours, days, weeks. Some build elaborate methods to bend the numbers in their favor. Some trade their way to a collection, letting other people's probability do the work. And some never hunt at all, content to let a shiny appear only if it appears naturally, a surprise with no effort attached. Each approach reveals something true about the person who chooses it. The shiny is not a test. The game never asks the player to catch one. There is no necessary reason to engage with it, and yet millions of players have chosen to. They have turned a technical oddity, a color variation born from the game's own data systems, into a personal project. They have given it meaning. They have built rituals around it. They have told stories about it. The shiny itself does nothing. The player does everything. In the end, the Pokémon with a different color is not the mystery. The mystery is the person who sees it and decides that this one, out of all the others, is worth chasing. Why that one? Why this method? Why at all? The game never explains. It only offers the possibility. But beneath that possibility lies something even deeper than psychology. The machinery that makes the color change real in the first place. Before a player can chase a shiny, the game has to decide that this single encounter will be different from every other encounter around it. The decision depends on numbers the player never sees. Hidden data values carried by every creature. Random number generation running behind each step through the grass. Precise calculations that decide whether a flash of light appears or whether another ordinary Pokémon pops into view. The player experiences the moment as magic. The game experiences it as arithmetic, and the gap between those two perspectives, between the meaning a player finds and the cold calculation that produces it, is where the shiny keeps its final secret. The stories players tell are never really about the battles they won, not at their core. They are about the moments when something unexpected flashed across the screen, the heart-stopping pause, the double take, the rush to throw the ball with shaking hands. We have spent this entire journey looking at what those moments say about us, about anticipation and compulsion, about the need to collect and prove and belong. But there is a quieter question hiding underneath. When the screen lit up with that first sparkle, what exactly were we responding to? What was the flash actually telling us before we even had words for it? If you were there in 1999, when Pokémon Gold and Silver arrived, you remember the texture of that moment, even if the details have faded. You were walking through tall grass, or fishing on a route you had crossed 100 times, or grinding through a cave with the volume turned low, and suddenly, without warning, there was a burst of light. Stars. A brief, brilliant shimmer that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. And the Pokémon standing in front of you was not the color it was supposed to be. Not stronger, exactly. Not visibly faster or tougher. Just other. A different shade of gold where you expected brown. A pale, almost silvery blue where you expected green. The game did not stop to explain what had happened. There was no cutscene, no message box, no nervous professor. stepping in to tell you that you had found something extraordinary. The sparkle came and went in an instant, and if you had blinked or if your eyes were on the wrong corner of the screen, you might have missed it entirely. And here is the strange thing. That tiny, unannounced flicker became one of the most enduring mysteries the franchise has ever produced. Not because the games built a mythology around it. They did not. Not because any character ever explained its significance. None did. The mystery grew because we, the players, built it ourselves, one encounter at a time, filling the silence with our own wonder. We wanted the difference in colour to mean something. We wanted the sparkle to be a signal, a sign that this Pokémon carried a different destiny. Maybe it had perfect stats. Maybe it was secretly more powerful than any normal member of its species. Maybe it was connected to a hidden story, a secret the developers had buried deep in the code, waiting for the most observant players to find. But the truth, as we have traced across this entire journey, is quieter and perhaps more fascinating than anything we imagined. The mystery was never the Pokémon at all. The mystery was the machine standing behind it. Let us go back to the beginning, not to the sparkle, but to the hardware it emerged from. When the original Pokémon games were being written for the Game Boy, every creature had to be squeezed into an incredibly small amount of data. The cartridge was tiny, the memory was precious. Every Pokémon carried a set of values that determined its stats, its type compatibility, its behavior in battle. These values were never designed to create alternate colors. They existed to calculate damage, hit points, critical hits, the subtle differences that made one individual stronger than another. That was their only job. But the system used a particular range of numbers to represent individual variation. And because the math worked the way it did, it became possible for those numbers to collide in a very specific, very rare configuration. When they did, the game would read the Pokémon's palette differently. A different color would appear on the screen, another version of the same creature, existing only because the data had aligned in a way that changed how the graphics were drawn. This was not a story decision. It was not a legend hidden in the code. It was a side effect, a quirk of the numbers. The developers noticed it during the development of Gold and Silver. They could have smoothed it away, corrected the system, so that no creature would ever appear in the wrong colors. Instead, they chose to keep it. They embraced it so quietly that they never wrote a single line of in-game lore to explain it to the player. This is the first thing Shinies hide. Not a secret power, not a special ability, not a connection to some ancient legend woven into the region's history. They hide a technical system, a system of probabilities and data values that predates the mystery itself. The sparkle was never a message from the world. It was a message from the code. And then something remarkable happened. Game Freak took this unintended quirk and gave it a body, a story, a face. The Red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage changed everything. You remember that moment, even if you never caught it yourself. The story pulls you toward it. Reports of a violent Gyarados, an angry presence in the middle of Yoto, something wrong at the lake. And when you arrive, there it is, massive and roaring. And it is red. Red in a way no Gyarados should ever be. It is not a random encounter. It is guaranteed. The game builds an entire sequence around it, complete with a trainer who draws your attention to the anomaly, with whispers of Team Rocket's involvement, with the sense that something deliberate has happened here. For the first time, the shiny phenomenon was not just a spontaneous curiosity. It was a narrative. The Red Gyarados made the abstract feel intentional. It suggested that these rare colours were supposed to exist, that they were woven into the texture of the world, even if nobody in the game ever sat you down and explained their origin. It gave the mystery a landmark, and that single moment did something even bigger. It gave fans a way in. Because the games never named the phenomenon, the players had to, and they reached for the only evidence they had. The flash, the shimmer, the tiny explosion of light that announced a different palette. Calling these creatures shiny was never an official decision. It was vernacular. It grew in message boards and fan sites in the early 2000s, spreading through the very communities where hunters traded tips, compared odds, and bragged about their luck. The developers watched this happen, and slowly the fan-made label became the real one. Official materials began to use the word. By the later generations, the Pokédex itself had normalized the category, treating shiny Pokémon as an established fact of the world, rather than an unexplained curiosity. The games had not invented the myth, we had, and then the creators, recognizing what we saw in it, quietly adopted our language as their own. This is the second thing Shinies hide, a feedback loop between the game and its players, where the community's imagination became so strong, so persistent, that it reached back through the screen and reshaped the franchise itself. Once the phenomenon had a name, it acquired methods, and hunting, for the modern player, became something close to a discipline. Generation Oi brought the Masuda Method, named for Game Freak director Junichi Masuda, who discovered that breeding two Pokémon from different real-world language versions dramatically increased the odds of producing a shiny offspring, not because of any natural law, not because of some hidden synergy between regions, but because of a calculation, a difference in the game's internal data representation, a different role of the digital dice. Generation Phi in 2013 changed the base rate. The old 1 in 8,192 odds became 1 in 4,096, making shinies roughly twice as common as they had been for the franchise's first 14 years. And beyond that, the games kept adding tools, shiny charms that shortened the odds, chaining mechanics that rewarded patience, radar systems, mass outbreaks, raid events, each new method chipping away the mountain of probability while never quite removing it. Because if the odds ever reached zero effort, the moment would lose its meaning. And this is where we have to acknowledge something important. We have spent this entire chapter and this entire series circling the same truth. Shinies do not primarily conceal secret lore powers. There is no hidden transformation waiting in their data, no dormant ability, no special destiny. They conceal a technical system transformed into cultural mythology. In other words, the mystery was never about what the Pokémon could do. The mystery was about what a different color meant to us. Strip away the sparkle, and you find something almost mundane. A check performed by the game at the moment an encounter is generated. A single value compared against a threshold. If the value matches, the palette changes and the flash plays. That is all. There is no ancient prophecy. There is no connection to the legends of the region. There is only a number, and the willingness of millions of players to treat that number as something sacred. But the Flash has never really been about the data. It is about the moment, the pause between heartbeat and breath, the sudden awareness that you are in the presence of something the game did not promise you, did not owe you, and will likely never give you again. Think about how strange this is. In a series built on catching creatures and battling with them, a phenomenon with no mechanical advantage became the ultimate status symbol, a cosmetic difference with no boost to stats, no exclusive moves, no unique abilities, has come to mean more to many players than the rarest legendary Pokémon. Because power can be trained. Legendary Pokémon can be fought, weakened, captured with the right preparation. But the shiny encounter cannot be engineered with certainty. It cannot be predicted. It cannot be forced to appear. It can only be witnessed. We have chased this moment through every generation, from the accidental data variation of the earliest games, to the Red Gyarados that turned the accident into a story, to the fan communities that gave the phenomenon its name, to the breeders who learned to stack the odds, to the hunters who still sit in the tall grass for hours, eyes straining, hands steady, waiting for the same flash that has not changed in 25 years. And after all of that, we return to the first sparkle, not as it appeared on a Game Boy screen in 1999, but as it actually was, a collision of numbers, a quirk of data, a decision by a team of developers to keep something beautiful that they never expected to exist. The Pokémon in front of you when the sparkle comes is still just a Pokémon. It has the same stats it would have had, the same moves, the same weaknesses, the same nature, but the flash is something else. It is a window into decades of design decisions and community imagination and quiet probability. Game Freak provided the accident. We provided the meaning. Together, we turned a technical side effect into one of the most beloved mysteries the medium has ever known. So when the next ordinary encounter suddenly flashes on some unremarkable route, on an encounter you almost skipped, will you be seeing a Pokémon, or will you be seeing the hidden architecture of the game itself? Perhaps you will see both. The creature on the screen, and every silent calculation beneath it, the species, and the system that gave it an unexpected color, the moment, and the entire history of players who have sat exactly where you are sitting, holding their breath, hoping that the light means what they think it means. The sparkle does not belong to the Pokémon. It belongs to the moment when a game's quiet machinery becomes visible and stays visible just long enough for you to wonder at it. That is all the mystery ever was.